We will bring this meeting of Peterborough City Council for Wednesday, September 3rd, 2025 to order. The first item of business is our land acknowledgement. We respectfully acknowledge that we're on the treaty and traditional territory of the Mississauga of the Anishinaabeg. We offer our gratitude to the First Peoples for their care for and teachings about our earth, our relations. May we honor those teachings. The next item of business is 30 seconds of silent reflection. For those that are able, if they could remove their caps and please stand for the singing of the national anthem. Councillor Beamer is on his way, his work commitments in Toronto, and he should be joining us shortly. Our next item of business is our constitutional statement. The Council for the City of Peterborough recognizes the principles contained in our Constitution and the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. I'd ask someone move the minutes of August 11, 2025 in a seconder. Councillor Vassiliadis, Councillor Hickey. Comments or questions? We'll go to a vote.
Councillor DeGay is an affirmative.
That is carried. Item 7, disclosure of pecuniary interest. Any members have a disclosure of pecuniary interest this time? Councillor Duguay, please.
Thank you, Mayor Leal. Item 11F, which is a property acquisition matter.
11F.
11F4, excuse me, Your Worship.
F4. Next item of business is our delegations this evening. The first delegation is from Murray Davenport, dealing with these updated citywide development charges report FCS FS 25-021. Mr. Davenport, please, if we could get your name and address for the public record. You'll have 5 minutes to make your presentation. At the end of 4, we'll let you know that you have 1 minute left, but we'll give you a little latitude if you're finishing a thought or a sentence. Mr. Davenport, please.
My name is Murray Davenport. Our property is 169 Lansdowne Street East. Mayor Leal and members of City Council, Hempson prepared an amended development charges citywide background study, reducing the citywide development charge from approximately $70,000 to $68,000. This change is a step in the right direction. However, it is a baby step. Development charges are a trust fund agreement between the developer and the municipality, where growth pays for the cost of growth. Development Charges Act was implemented decades ago, and the home building industry has funded the trust fund agreement faithfully ever since. Development charges are not a means to have some developments subsidize other developments, as is currently happening in the city of Peterborough. Developments outside the central business district are subsidizing developments within the central business district. The basic problem with the city of Peterborough citywide development charge is that the study is based on the city's asset management plan. The Hempson amended report has determined that the city will spend $1.6 billion upgrading services related to a highway and sewage services by the year 2051, the planning horizon of the new official plan. That translates to the city of Peterborough spending an average of $59.3 million per year reconstructing the services listed within the amended study. What funding does the current city of Peterborough budget propose for upgrading services related to highways and sewage services in the year 2026? We asked the finance department what is the total value of the works completed by the city in the 2025 budget for highways and sewage services. The finance department advised that the amount spent from January to August this year is $14.2 million for road projects and $1.1 million for sanitary sewers. We assume that operating costs are not included in these amounts. The total amount spent by the city is $15.3 million, considerably less than the $59.3 million yearly average on Commissioner Nelson's wish list within the amended development charges study. The province of Ontario has filed Bill 17, with the intent of speeding up the construction of new housing. When passed, Bill 17 will do reverse what the city of Peterborough has decided and have the payment of the development charges at closing of the houses, not at the point of applying for a building permit. We recommend that the city of Peterborough revisit the citywide development charge and apply a reasonable annual increase based on the $34,000 charge that existed 3 years ago. The province of Ontario and the city of Peterborough needs housing. All housing sectors must contribute towards the cost of upgrading the services downstream of each individual project. City Council, in their wisdom, approved a central area development charge exemption per bylaw 24-081 until the exemption is discontinued on December 31st, 2026. The city is in the process of approving a 17-story commercial apartment complex that will benefit from a $7 or $9 million discount on the applicable development charges as long as they make application for site plan approval before December 31st, 2026. The costs applicable to this development simply do not disappear from Commissioner Nelson's wish list. So who pays the $9 million discount extended to the development? Obviously, those developments' home purchasers outside the central business district will pay through increased development charges. Is that fair? City Council represents the ratepayers of the city of Peterborough, so the city should pay the $9 million into the development charge fund on an annual basis from the capital budget. The development's home purchaser located out the central business district should not be subsidizing the city's generosity under the central area development charge exemption. The same arguments apply to the construction of affordable housing units. In fairness, the Lawson citywide development charges applicable to affordable housing units must be paid by the city, by the ratepayers that the city represents. Not having those developments outside the central business district subsidize developments within the city. Okay, one last sentence. Development charges are a trust fund agreement between the developer and the municipality, whereby growth pays for the cost of growth. It is grossly unfair for the city to have some developments subsidize the cost of servicing developments within the central business district and or the construction of affordable housing units. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Davenport. There may be some questions for you. Question for Mr. Davenport. No questions. Thank you very much, Murray, for being with us this evening. Next, we have a delegation on the police station's renovation and expansion project update. Report FCS FPM 25-08. Former Councillor Ms. Farquharson, welcome.
Welcome. Thank you, Your
If
Worship.
we could have your name for the
members
public
of
record.
council. Yes, my name is Anne Farquharson, and I reside in the city of Peterborough.
You'll have, could we have your address?
I prefer not.
Okay. You'll have 5 minutes to make a presentation. At the end of 4, we'll let you know when you have 1 minute left. Please
Okay,
proceed.
I just give me one moment just to get my
Absolutely.
papers sorted.
Not at all. Take
Okay.
your time.
It's a lot of detail. Thank you, members of council. I'm honored to be here tonight. I wish to speak to this matter. I want to commend council for passing a deferral of this project. We definitely need to review this. We all, as councillors, owe a debt of gratitude to our taxpayers, and we owe them the honor and the trust to be careful with their funds. These are our taxpayers who have had a hit of 20% increase in taxes over your 3-year term, which may be the highest in history. I don't know that, but it's worth checking. But it's a significant, and some people would say exorbitant, tax increase. And so this is a project which has had concerns since the beginning. Initially, in 2021, the city hired Zoltan Zabak to do a police station location assessment, and they had the importance of having it downtown or in the central area. This was to support employment, good employment jobs in the downtown area, the economic well-being, but also they wanted to ensure, and I'm reading now from the scoring matrix, that there was a proximity to residents, that there was proximity to the courthouses, which are both downtown, geographic center of the city, proximity to City Hall, visibility to the community, community engagement, transit accessibility, walking and cycling, and general accessibility, especially to those who are in need and those who might need the police most. And so the council, last council, asked that they consider strongly that there be a downtown or certainly central. And the report, in fact, was prepared at a cost of $142,000. The taxpayers of Peterborough paid for that report. And the report was occasionally people denied the existence of it. Quite frankly, the city buried the report. It still to this day has not been released publicly. Why it was buried, I truly don't know. I have a copy of it now, but I had to file a Freedom of Information request at hundreds of dollars, which thankfully I can afford, but most couldn't. And also they continued to refuse it. So even after I filed the Freedom of Information, I was denied a copy of this report. And so I had to appeal it. I had to file an appeal to get the report. I now have the report, and it's lengthy. But the important thing is that this company, which is still on the project, Schultz and Zabak, and they analyzed about 20 sites in the city of Peterborough, including the Calvary Church. Now, the Calvary Church scored 16th out of 20. It was not considered a top 10 choice, and the report suggested that they recommended that the top 10 sites, one of which was the Ovaltine site down on Park and Lansdowne, one of which was GE, Townsend, or lots of different sites. They scored the top 10, and they recommended that each site be reviewed in detail with the City of Peterborough senior management and operational staff, and so on. That didn't happen. It's easy to say in one of the reports, well, none of the sites were appropriate. Well, that never happened. They never followed up on it. The taxpayers and the council directed that this project be downtown or be central. There were 10 sites that were recommended for further study, but that didn't happen because somehow or some way, and I don't know whether it was the mayor, I don't know whether it was the CAO or the chief or how
You have 1 minute left.
how it happened, but it went from A to Z. And all of a sudden, Calvary Church, this report's been hidden, been buried, and Calvary Church has been bought. So that's where we got to. So then, now we look at the actual project. And as you know, I came to council, and I really didn't want to be here saying I told you so, but I came to council and said, don't spend 15 million on a site that's not going to protect downtown jobs, that's too big, that's too expensive, and we don't know what the costs will be. But it was purchased, and I've got headlines from back then last year where it said renovation costs for 2 Peterborough police stations pegged at 40 million. That was a year ago, $40 million. Okay, so here we are a year later, and it's $92 million. $92 million. You are bankrupting the city, bankrupting the citizens, the taxpayers of this city. Don't even think about an arena. All of this funds.
Your time is up. I'll let you finish your thought.
Okay, all of the funds, as far as I know, are being borrowed. I believe the funds to buy it were borrowed, and to pay for it were borrowed, and to pay for the construction costs are borrowed. And quite frankly, the borrowing costs, which I tried to ascertain from staff, and I was told they wouldn't or couldn't give it to me, but I'm guessing it's at least another 50 million on top of this. So now we're talking about $142 million, including financing costs. Like, this is, the taxpayers can't afford it. You have increased 60% the police operating budget in your term of council. If Mayor Leal has his way and throws another 15% next year, 60% increase in your term of council.
Ms. Farquharson, I gave you lots of latitude.
Okay.
We're going to questions. Councilor Chica, please.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Thank you for coming, Anne. It's good to hear from you, and certainly your background and your expertise and knowledge of this city is so valued. So thank you for sharing your thoughts with us on this project. Last night, I had a question for staff around public consultation. And I asked, given the fact that this is a project that is so significant in terms of its scale and its scope and its cost and increase, why not public consultation? And the response that I received was that by practice in our municipality, public consultation isn't required for emergency services. Do you have any reflections on that, or rationale for why there should be or should have been consultation around this project? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Ms. Farquharson, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor, Your Worship. Sorry, Your Honor. Been in court too much.
Either one is fine.
So in fact, public consultation is crucial for everything. I mean, transparency is so, and out in the public, what you're hearing about this council, with all due respect, is a lack of transparency over and over and over on every project. But this project, I happen to know that Schultz and Zabak were hired, and part of that $142,000 was specifically to consult with the public and hold public meetings and get public input into the location of a preferable location of a new police station. That didn't happen. they completed the report without the public impact. So somebody obviously told them to go ahead and finish it without it. And again, I don't know who's going to take ownership of that, but somebody did. So that whole piece was omitted. So the public have had zero input into the location of this police station. And in fact, 70% or 70, this Water Street has 35,000 square feet. So if you say that they need 115,000 square feet, that means what? 75,000 square feet of the 106,000 square feet, the vast majority of Calvary Church is going to be for police function. And I can only assume that perhaps 70% of the jobs are going to go down there as well. They're going to leave downtown. They're going to leave the economic benefit of being downtown. And now I'm finding out, because I don't think it was made very clear before, that the remaining 30,000 square feet or so are going to be maybe utilized for city jobs, city of Peterborough employees for the future, which is a whole different project and a whole different tens of millions of dollars, God knows. But the public has not had input into this. And even when I came last year again and said, don't buy a property, you wouldn't buy a house for yourself if you didn't know the renovation costs. But it went ahead, they said, trust us. And then they say, oh, it's going to be 40 million. And now it's more than twice that. And not only that, but the contract with Schultz and Seibelt, and honestly, I've never met them. I have nothing against them. But their contract cost is based on the percentage of 8% on top of the construction costs. So right now it was estimated at 3.6 million.
Ms. Farkas,
But
if
if
we can conclude, there's a lot of other people want to ask.
Okay, but that's doubled. So that will go up to 7.2 million if it's 80,000 or $80 million construction cost. So that's an additional cost on top of this. So anyway, it's absolutely crucial. I don't know what council has to be afraid of to embrace the public. I mean, people feel so much more included. It's their money. All of this is their money. It's not your money. It's partly my money, but it's their money. It's the taxpayers' money. They are the client. They are the important one here. And you're making decisions without even speaking to them. And I find that's just very tragic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Ferguson.
Councillor Baldwin and Councillor Real. Councillor Baldwin, please.
Thanks, Your Worship, and welcome to Council Chambers.
Thank you, Councillor.
Respectfully, 3 questions I have. Number 1, have you ever served on the Police Services Board?
Yes, briefly. Yes.
Briefly?
Yeah.
Okay. You're aware that 1421 Lansdowne Street is a city building, not a police building?
Yes. I'm aware it's owned by the city.
Thank you.
Yes.
And thirdly, Your Worship, through you, have you read the Peterborough Police Services Board strategic plan?
Yes, I've glanced at it. I haven't in depth, but yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Real, please.
Through the chair, Ms. Ferguson, Ann, thank you very much for being here tonight. I want you to keep going on. My question is, you ran out of time. Please explain the finances that you have put together here of where the path that we're going down
Okay.
as a city.
Ms. Farkas, please.
Yes. Well, one of the things, for instance, is the increase in square footage, which has added the surprising amount of $7 million. And I want to point out that there's nothing surprising about it, because on page 11 of 26 of the police station location assessment, which is not a public document, but I managed to get a copy. Now it's public, I guess. I'll have to release it. If City Hall won't release it, I will. But anyway, on that page, Schultz and Zybeck said the total building area used as the model was 113,432 square feet. And this area appears to be reasonable. So that was their estimate when this was done, like almost 2 years ago. Well, 2 years ago. So there shouldn't be this surprise increase in square footage when this is the square footage they knew all along was appropriate. Now, I'm saying you can rethink some of that. For instance, the training center that they want, I don't know how many square feet that entails, but when it mentions, Chief Betts mentioned that Let me just find it here. If we can take that off, and I don't know how many hundreds of square feet that is, or thousands, but he mentioned that it might be helpful or cheap because then our officers don't have to travel. Oh, I know. That's replied the training center will reduce costs as Peterborough police officers would not have to be sent elsewhere for training. Well, you know what? If that's going to mean the difference in millions of dollars, I'm okay with sending them away for training. You know, if a few $1,000 here and there. So maybe take out the training center. There's lots of things that can happen. I mean, I would personally like a rethink of the whole thing. I mean, as we know, I think Mr. former Mayor Bennett is in the crowd, but we had a chance at the St. Paul's property while the church was still intact. Maybe there's still an opportunity there. The owner, Atrium, maybe they'd like to partner. Who knows? But there's really a concern about that. 20% raises for senior staff in 2024. This all fits in. 60% increase in the number of officers in 2007 years ago, 6 years ago, we had 98 sworn officers. Now we have 162. That's over 60% increase. Now, if I were Chief Betts, I'd want 200 officers, but we don't need them and we can't afford them. We cannot afford them. I get that you have a wish list. I get that he'd love to spend $92 million on it. So anybody would like to spend a fortune on their home or improvements or whatever.
Ferguson, if we could just kind of.
Well, but what's absolutely mandatory and needed is not this amount of money. It was supposed to be half the price buying a used building. Supposed to be half the price. Mr. Freeman said that. Others said that. Mayor Leal said it was the economical choice almost 2 years ago. It's not the economical choice. And really, seriously, if you're even thinking about an arena, nothing else, the city will not be able to afford anything else for indefinitely, for decades, if you do this arena and do this project. And that's it. And people want the street fixed if they want this, if they're going to do the waterfront at Otonabee Trail, which the mayor has always promised. That's none of this stuff's going to get done because we won't. You're going to bankrupt the taxpayers in the city. I know people that are selling their homes because they can't afford to stay in them. So I just urge you, rethink this. I thank you so much for that vote to rethink it, to reconsider it. Maybe the location's okay, but it's got to be greatly reduced in price, not the Cadillac version, or maybe the whole thing should be rethought. But a review is totally appropriate in the circumstances, and I thank you for that.
Thank you very much for your detailed presentation.
Thank you.
The next presenter is Mr. Rob Hillman on the Multi-Use Sport Event Center, RFQ and RFP process report, CSD 25-008. Welcome, Rob. If we could just get your name and address for the public record, you'll have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Great, thanks so much. So my name is Rob Hellman. I live at 500 Murray Street here in Peterborough. And as you said, I'm here to speak to the Multi-Use Sport and Event Center. And the previous delegation stole a bit of my thunder because I'm here to tell you to not even think about building an arena because you can't afford it. To start with, though, I think it would be completely inappropriate to make a decision today, just given the timing. I mentioned this mostly by way of apology for the fact that I'm quite unprepared for this delegation. The decision at General Committee was made 21 hours ago. There was no time for any sober second thought. There was no time for the community to reflect on this. I noted that, Joel Kovacs wrote an article in the Examiner, which has not gone to print yet. It will be in the paper tomorrow. So anyone who gets their news from the Examiner will find out about the decision you made last night after a decision is made today. Having General Committee one night and Council the next is entirely contrary to the spirit of government, open government and democracy, and it is an attack on engagement with and accountability to the public. Really, everything that was decided at General Committee should be deferred to a future cycle, but for this item, I can see no rush whatsoever. We're talking about a policy or a decision that will have a time horizon of years, decades, possibly even a century. Surely this can wait 3 weeks. It's beyond that. I think it's premature to be endorsing the idea of building an arena, and I recognize that the main meat of the decision that's before you is just to proceed with the RFQ process, not to proceed with an arena, not to allocate any funding to that construction. But I worry the language of the motion in the future will be seen as a binding decision, the language that council approved the use of the property at 182 Townsend Street as the preferred location for a future multi-use sport and event center. Approved the use is concerning language. It does not limit just to the parameters of an RFQ, but I could see it being interpreted in the future by this council or future councils as approval for there to be the multi-use sport and event center and for it to be at 182 Townsend Street. I don't know that that would be a reasonable interpretation, but I also don't necessarily trust this or future councils to hold to reasonable interpretations. We've seen many times over the decades that language like this is interpreted as binding after the fact. Moreover, this is not what the city needs. I mean, there was comments made last night about how the purpose of this building would not just be for the Petes or not just be for the Lakers, but that claim is absurd on its face. The entire purpose of this is to provide a new venue for the Lakers and especially for the Petes, with any other use being secondary. That is stated in the reports that we've looked at. It talks about an OHL scale venue. It talks about the funding plan being determined by its use for professional and semi-professional sports. One thing that was mentioned was having a space for concerts, but the Peterborough music scene does not need a 5,800 seat venue. I'm a musician. I'm a regular concert goer. I speak with venue managers and touring musicians all the time. We have a shortage of rooms in the city in the capacity of low hundreds, 100 to 300 seats, not 5,800. And we wouldn't need to spend $165 million for the city to provide a couple of those. And ultimately, this is just a comical misuse of money to spend $165 million on this, as is outlined, and as we'd be proceeding down the road of going if this motion is adopted today. If there's a phase 2 report indicates that the total capital investment through 2050 and beyond to keep the Memorial Center in operation is about $21 million, and that's $21 million in nominal currency through that period. So inflation is taken into account there. Is the Memorial Center perfect? Absolutely not. But it's already here. It's an important part of our community, and with some love, it has a lot of life left in it. Moreover, there's no credible source of funding. I mean, the funding plan presented last night and in the written report from Sierra just talks about various ways to put this cost entirely on the shoulder of Peterborough residents and businesses. For the low cost of approximately a 4.5% increase in the net tax requirement for 30 years. This would blow right past the city's debt policy right up to the city's the provincially regulated debt limit. So as we heard in the previous delegate, this would be in lieu about just about every single capital project we would like to see in the future. As the Sierra report states, this would be identifying this arena as the highest priority for the city, and setting that priority would simply be an insult to the people of Peterborough. In the past, I have urged the city to consider exceeding the debt policy for the purpose of affordable and subsidized housing. It's not lost on me that we've talked about 47 units on Alexander Avenue that have not proceeded for want of $112 million of capital funding. 28 units on Hilliard Street have not proceeded for the want of $41 million of capital funding. We could do both of those projects within the scope of the $165 million forecast for this project, and there's the possibility for PHC to carry some of the debt long term, so the impact on the city's finances would be smaller. Sherbrooke Street in the West End still does not have a sidewalk for the want of a few $1 million, and every year we see budget for pedestrian and active transportation get scaled down and deferred year after year after year, in some cases for decades. We have a large and growing backlog of infrastructure, maintenance, and replacement costs, and no credible plan to cover them. This priority would make it impossible. In summary, just seeing how much time I have left, we can't afford this arena, we don't need this arena, and the motion before you would commit us to it. If there's a choice needs to be made on this today, the only reasonable one is to reject it. But thank you, that's all. Right on time.
Thank you for being here, Rob. I always
Thank
find your delegations really meaningful and provokes lots of reflection. So
Sure, thank
thank
you.
you. Thank you for speaking to this. I was impacted by what you led with, which was time between a general committee meeting and a council meeting so that the affirming meeting has happened a day later. I hear you, and I disagreed with the scheduling of this meeting being today, partly for that reason. And what do you think is reasonable for the public in terms of, if there's a needed extension to a meeting and we would have to reschedule, what do you think? And this is for council's benefit as we create some sort of a consistent policy. What do you think is reasonable to give the public and to give councillors enough time to reflect on what's transpired from a general committee meeting to a council finalizing of decisions? Thank you, Rob.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not the expert on these things. I would think that what we have now is the 1 week, and I think that would be the gold standard. I mean, if it was up to me, if I could be the dictator of council scheduling, what I would have seen is general committee this week and council next week to take this from a 2 week to a 3 week cycle in this instance. I do actually want to say also that I was very pleased, even though I'm criticizing the timing, to see that the general committee meeting was deferred to another week. I think despite my criticism here, I think the decisions that were made last night were better made last night than at 3 a.m.
Thank you. And supplemental, if I may, Your Worship. I don't know if you were aware, but we do have in a third week in our cycle a break.
Yeah, precisely.
In order to continue if there's a need to with our business. So that I just didn't know if you were aware of that and if you think that is a good idea to use that for these purposes. Thank you.
I mean, I think so. I mean, I think taking breaks is also important as well, but I think that would be, in this case, that would have been an appropriate choice. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. My first name is Amit. Last name is Sofer. My company is the TBM Group, and the address is 112 at 801 Eglinton Avenue West in Toronto. Moment to say thank you to everybody at council, and peculiarly, I suppose, from my position, but thank you to everybody who's arrived this evening to make their feelings known, including those that are outside. Democracy gives everybody an opportunity to speak to our elected representatives and to make the best decision that's possible. I stand before you today again asking for your support to deliver a much needed 90 Hunter Street redevelopment. I was in council chambers yesterday. I learned a lot about the way things were happening with the potential redevelopment of a sports complex, a police complex. And what I found as I was listening is that there was a tremendous amount of discussion about the city's finances. I don't take a position on the police station or on the memorial center or the rebuild, but I did note that there was a continual directive about how much money was available to spend and where it was coming from. I'd like to remind council that the project that we propose will be in the city of Peterborough for many, many, many years. And through the initial phase, there may be some, we may make application for community improvement plan tax increments. However, once that phases out, as it has with many of our buildings in East City, the contribution to the city's tax base will continue indefinitely. And so it is something that I'm bringing that is the opposite side of the table. Further, while the city here at council is making determinations on its expenditure of $90 million or $175 million or any of the numbers that were thrown out into the reports and delegations of earlier, I, through the TVM Group, am proposing to bring a $90 million build to 90 Hunter Street. So what I'm asking you to consider is that there is a financial impact on the city. There's an impact with a lot of people who are not happy with a 17-story. I can hear some mumbling behind me now, as you can too. And again, I can't make everyone happy. We've made some adjustments to the building, done our darndest to try to deliver one that assuages as many concerns as we can. So I wanted to put that forward. I also wanted to put forward the fact that there was some matter that was heard last night about parking and whether or not cash in lieu of parking would be accepted by the council. And I didn't quite understand all of what went on, but there was some resistance at council here on that matter. And the resistance was based on the fact that there was not going to be enough parking. And our project delivers additional public parking to address some of that situation. I think lastly, I'd like to say that while there's a lot of people here representing themselves, again, I say there isn't anyone but myself representing a contingent of persons who need reasonably priced accommodations. The introduction of this building of 205 suites will bring an additional option. I understand council may be hearing in the coming weeks or months from other developers bringing additional buildings to Peterborough. All of that has the impact of bringing more tax revenue, more jobs during the construction phase, and of course some over the long term, and more housing and additional housing at any part of the housing continuum sorts out the supply demand, continuum, and it changes it. So once again, I appreciate that we will never make everybody happy. I believe our development is a sound project. I believe East City is a wonderful place, and I think we wish to
instead of clapping, that we show our hands, or you can give a thumbs down if you disagree with the speaker. We just want to make sure, with a large number of presenters this evening, we retain decorum. Mr. Sofer, if you want to finish your thought, please.
Thank you.
And I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I think East City is a wonderful place. It is one that does not benefit from exclusionary zoning, and our application follows the directives that are set out. So, subject to any questions, I will end my comments there.
Thanks very much, sir. We have three councillors that have questions. Councillors Burke, Rial, and Lachika. Councillor Burke, please.
Mayor Leal, thank you. My question to Mr. Sofer, thank you for being here tonight. You're a resident of Toronto, correct?
I am.
And you're a builder?
I am.
And do you have projects that are most of your projects focused in the city of Peterborough?
Depending on timing, many of them are, but we have projects in Toronto, in Port Hope, in Cobourg, Kingston, and Sault Ste. Marie.
Thank you. Through the chair. So you don't live here, correct?
Again, correct.
Okay. So I'm glad you said what you did in your delegation, because it's almost word for word what you said at the previous meeting. At General Committee, you said that you're here to represent a contingent of people that aren't being spoken for, and that those people are people who are looking for reasonably priced accommodations. Can you provide us with any numbers, petitions, or letters of support that demonstrate this statement?
Mr. Sofer, please.
I can suggest to you that the fact would be displayed by the fact that rent prices have continued to raise in Peterborough incessantly for the last 10 years or so. The CMHC average is a 1% trailing average of vacancy here in the city of Peterborough. The balance of it is conjecture, because I did not prepare a list of names. However, I can tell you that we own and manage a portfolio of properties here in the city of Peterborough, and we have very low vacancy.
Through the chair, thank you. So just to clarify, you're basing your statement that there's a large contingent of people that you're speaking on their behalf, basically in support of this project, and you're quantifying that. You're saying that you believe that because of the increase in rental price?
Mr. Sofer, please.
I'm saying I believe that based on the lack of affordable apartments and the vacancy rate, correct.
And through the chair, just to confirm, but you don't have any numbers, petitions, statistics, or letters of support to demonstrate this?
Mr. Sofer, please.
Only government published documentation. I did not bring it with me. Happy to provide, though, at a later date if that might be of value.
Well, I mean, we're through the chair. We're at our council meeting. We've received a number of residents who have signed petitions, letters of how they feel against the project. So I'm just trying to balance that, the type of communication we're getting and the feedback with what you're presenting to us. Mr. Sofer, through the chair, are you aware of research from CMHC and the Urban Displacement Project showing that a development like this often raises surrounding rents? How does this project avoid the same outcome in East City?
Mr. Sofer, please.
I have not seen that report. I would be happy to comment on it after reading it, but I apologize, I've not seen that. However, my logic and my experience in that is based upon the developments that we have done in the city of Peterborough to date. Additional rental options increase the number of apartments, and I look at it as a supply and demand.
Thank you. Mr. Sofer, through the chair, when you look at the surrounding streetscape in East City of mostly 1 to 3 story homes, can you explain how your 17-story project will, quote, blend in rather than stand out as an anomaly?
We'd ask that you move your show of hands and support. No clapping, please.
I'll repeat
Mr. Sofer.
Mr. Chair, I'll
Sorry.
repeat the question. When you look at the surrounding streetscape in East City, which is mostly 1 to 3 story homes, can you explain how the 17-story project will, quote, blend in rather than stand out as an anomaly?
Yeah.
Mr. Sofer, please.
Thank you for that question through you, Mr. Mayor Leal. One of the things that we've done in an effort to blend it in, as we've discussed before, is reduce the height of the podium. The podium is what's considered the human scale. Our original 10-story proposal had a 6-story podium, which would have been a much higher sheer wall somebody might be walking by as they look at the streetscape. The tower is set back in every direction so that it is less impactful on the local area. The tower will stand out. We feel it's an appropriate fit.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burke. Councillor Riel, please.
Through the chair to Mr. Sofer, thank you very much for being here, Amit. Why did you increase the height from 10 to 17 stories when you already had a pro forma from your lenders to build a 10-story building?
Sofer, please.
I'll have to avoid the pro forma component because we still haven't received a lending commitment. However, I can address the balance of the question.
Well, you would have had to go to a lender or a bank or whatever and make a pitch that you wanted to build a 10-story building, and these were the rents that you were going to charge, and that is a pro forma, and they would be lending you the money. So now you've increased it to 17 stories. So what would be the reason? Question is pretty simple. Why would you increase a building when you had a pro forma to build a 10-story building when you came on June of 2024 to a meeting, and now you increased it to 17 stories? Pretty simple question.
Mr. Sofer, please.
Thank you for the question. It is a simple question. There is no lending component to the question. That's the only part I wish to exclude. But the question distills down to why did it move from a 10-story to a 17-story, if I'm accurate? Okay. And I have described this before and happy to take us through it again. The initial 10-story proposal met with a tremendous amount of pushback at staff and at the council, at the public meeting. There were a number of issues that were raised. They were lack of parking was the biggest one that I heard. The setbacks were a very large one. The height of the podium was a large one. The distance from the church was a large one. As we moved to address all of these components, that pro forma ends up bringing us into that 17-story set.
Through the chair to
Councillor Riel.
Through the chair to Mr. Sofer, can you please explain to me why you think a 17-story building, the tallest building in the city of Peterborough, will not have an effect on the downtown of East City? Can you please explain that to me, because I can't get this in this head, why you think a 17-story building, the tallest building that will be in the city of Peterborough, will not have an impact on the downtown and certainly East City itself?
Sofer, please.
Thank you. That's a question of my opinion, and I appreciate the question. I do think it'll have an impact, a positive impact.
Okay, folks, we've identified how you could express your or your support or negativity. Continue, Mr. Sofer, please.
I'm not finding favor with everybody here, but change is a difficult thing for everybody to accept. And we definitely believe that more people, more vibrancy, more amenity space, more public parking, more shops will have a positive impact on the downtown.
Councillor Lucica, please. Councillor Lucica.
Thank you very much, through your worship. Thank you for coming tonight, Mr. Sofer. I have a couple of questions, and it's related to statements you made at General Committee. And I just wanted to ask regarding the rentals that you currently have that were raised in terms of their condition, that there's an issue with the condition of some of your rental buildings here in Peterborough. And you mentioned that it's difficult because of the occupants, because some of them with mental health and ability issues and challenges that they may face are the reason, and I'm paraphrasing, are the reason for the state of some of the buildings. Do you still stand by that statement? Just giving you an opportunity to elaborate. Thank you.
Sofer, please. And I just asked, the scope of questions and answers are dealing with 90 Hunter Street East, but Mr. Sofer, I'll allow you to respond to this.
Yeah, and I'm prepared. Thank you. Through you, Mayor Leal. I think the message that I'm trying to send is that we operate the buildings on an ongoing basis. There's regular cleaning. There is regular, maybe this might help. Certain buildings have 3 times a week cleaning, and you and I can walk in the next day and it might not be enough. Other buildings, 1 a week cleaning. We do everything that we can to provide housing across the continuum. And I'll accept the criticism that I appreciate you are suggesting may be due. However, we are one of the largest landlords for affordable housing in the city of Peterborough, and we are not in the balance of our portfolio at the highest rent level. So it's a balancing act, and we do everything we can to keep our buildings as strong in their presentation as we can.
Councillor Chica, please.
Yes, thank you. Just supplemental to that. Thank you, Mr. Sofer. Can you also share the percentage when you reference those with challenges and abilities that are tenants? What percentage of units do you rent out for this population? Thank you.
Again, we're straying. I'm happy to answer the question, but I'm hopeful.
Yeah, we are straining a bit.
But it's germane because this is the developer that we're talking about. That was germane in the last meeting. Thank you.
I'm giving you some latitude and
fair
for answer the question.
Yep. It really depends upon which building. One of our buildings is close to 100%. Actually, several of our buildings are at 100% affordable rents. Some of them are aligned with the CMHA. Another one is aligned with Thrive, which used to be KPP. So we have, and then we have other percentages where we have associations and rental arrangements with a number of different community service providers.
Thank you. And one last question, if I may, Your Worship. Last General Committee meeting, you also stated that regarding waiting for the CPPS, which would offer an opportunity to participate in a framework where affordable housing would be part of the project, you said, I don't need to. Do you recognize that it is our greatest priority as a city to have affordable housing be prioritized, and that this would be an opportunity for you to give that opportunity to our city through this project? Thank you.
Mr. Sofer, please.
And thank you, Mayor Leal, through you. You are also failing to mention that I talked about a 25% affordable component in the building. I explained at the time of last meeting that, and some of you hopefully are nodding, that we've begun an application with Canadian Mortgage Housing Corporation for the ACLP program, which requires 25% affordable housing. We've been dealing with affordable housing for many, many years, so you needn't concern yourself that that's not on my mind. It always is. However, with respect to the CPP, I don't even have a timeline as to when that will be in place, number one. Number two, the proposals that I've gone away and read about would have me here anyway in front of you. And we've been working on this proposal for well over 2 years, since 2022. And here we are now asking for your support. So I don't know what the delay would be, with all due respect.
A supplemental, just were you aware, Mr. Sofer, that it's posted on our city website that there is a public meeting on September 17th related to this, to our strategic growth areas, to the CCCP, and it states on there that the goal is for spring of 2026. Were you aware of that?
Mr. Sofer, please.
Through you, Mayor Leal, I was, and I stand behind my comments.
Just supplemental, but you said you didn't know what the timeline was for the CCP, and it says on that website that the timeline is spring.
The question is through the chair.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes, and through the chair,
Sofer, please.
it's hopeful for spring. I don't know how quickly this council will make that decision, and we'd like to get going on the project.
Thank you very much, Your Worship.
You're welcome. Councillor Baldwin, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, Mr. Sofer. Appreciate you being here this evening. I have two questions. The first one, do you have any other properties in Village of Ashburnham on which you're planning to build in the future?
Sofer, please.
I do.
Through the chair, would those properties be similar to what you're proposing for this particular build at 90 Hunter Street East?
Sofer, please.
They are not. It is not.
And through you, Mr. Chair, and the question is respectfully going to be asked, Mr. Sofer. If you were a homeowner on Mark Street or living in the Village of Ashburnham, would you have any personal reservations with building a 17-story apartment on 90 Hunter Street East?
Sofer, please.
Well, I think that's a subjective question, and I think everybody is resistant to change. However, if I would expect that as this building is integrated into the community, additional people, additional activity, I think at the end of the day, it will be a positive addition. It's my opinion, and you asked for my opinion, and I know I'm getting heckled, but I do believe that this is something that once it's built will be contributing positively to the community, notwithstanding the reservations that do exist, which I respect.
So through you, Mr.
Please continue, Councillor
Your
Baldwin.
Worship, Mr. Sofer, I just want to make sure you understood I was asking that respectfully, and I respect the answer you've given me. Thank you.
Thank you very kindly. And I respect those behind me who disagree with me because I understand how difficult new changes are. Thank you.
First, for a second time, Councillor Burke, please.
Thank you, Mayor Leal. My question through you to Mr. Sofer, please. I want you to help me please understand the decision-making process within the Mark Street United Church Board. At what point did your company TVM have an agreement with the Mark Street United Church Board of Trustees to go ahead with the project?
Sofer, please.
Thank you for the question through you, Mr. Chair. I don't have the exact date. We had the initial discussions way back at a soft end, if you would, in 2022, late 2022, if my memory serves me correctly. There was a fair bit of, I think it's best the description of the way in which the agreement was dealt with at the Mark Street United Church needs to be spoken to by Daryl Bennett, who's going to be speaking after me. But the agreement in principle was put together probably about 18 months or 2 years ago.
Thank you, Mr. Sofer. You're here as a builder, as a representative of TVM, the company that is going to build this tower. And can you help us and the public understand what your company needs in terms of an agreement with the property owner, who in this case was the church? Like what is that?
Burke, I think we're straying from land use issues, but I'll let you proceed. But this is land use question, so if you can proceed, please, sir.
Yeah, I mean, respectfully, I think that the issue here is the fact that this project was proposed in one way, and very quickly it changed overnight.
I see your
And,
point.
and I'm just trying to sort of unpack for the public and for myself to understand how that process worked. We are being told that the church is in favor of this. We are being told that so I'm trying to get to the bottom of that.
Let's get to the question. We'll let Mr. Sofer respond.
Thank you. So you are a builder and your company is TMV. At what point do you need to go ahead with the planning for this 17-story tower? What kind of agreement do you need with the church to be able to go ahead and do
Mr.
that?
Sofer, please.
An agreement of purchase and sale.
And at that point, when you had the agreement, was the board of trustees being presented with the 10-story version of the project or the 17-story?
Mr. Sofer, please.
Through you, Mayor Lil, neither. At that point in time, it was to develop a multi-story mixed-use commercial building.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Burke. Councilor LaChica, please, for a second time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Your Worship. I just want to underscore a statement that you're making quite often, and I just want, if you could, to just expand upon it a little more and to just clarify if needed. You've said change is difficult. Change is difficult. You said it the other night, and you could hear the reaction. When I heard that the first time, and here's my question, do you realize, and it impacted me this way, do you realize that this can be perceived as an oversimplification of the situation? That do you realize that it makes assumptions about the 700 signatories that have just signed in the last days, including planners, progressives, lawyers, professionals that believe in densification and increasing our tax base? We believe in that. And those people believe in that. And do you realize that that lands in a way that feels disrespectful and condescending? Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Sofer, please.
Through you,
Sofer.
Mayor Lil, there is no disrespect intended. I'll retract any element of disrespect that may have been interpreted. It's not meant that way, and it isn't meant as an oversimplification. I've repeatedly said I do respect everybody's point of view. It is a difficult decision that council needs to make. You are faced with a difficult decision both on my matter and on the other matters that you are dealing with last night and again today.
Thank you. And just supplemental, Your Worship.
Yes.
We are a very diverse group in the city of Peterborough. We're not provincial. And the idea of assumption of change, I would ask if you could to rethink the use of that in the future. Thank you very much, Mr.
Mr.
Chair.
Sofer, please.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Connie.
Seems to be it's a night for former mayors. Mr. Bennett, please. Daryl Bennett, Mark Street United Church. Welcome, Mr. Bennett. If we could just have your name and address for the public record, and you'll have
Certainly.
5 minutes, sir.
It's Daryl Bennett, and 728 Rise Street is my Peterborough address. And I'm not going to get into a lot of detail this evening, simply to state up front that I'm pleased to be presenting in front of council and not part of council. You have some tough decisions ahead of you. I'm here to suggest that there's one good common sense conclusion to the proposal that's in front of you, and that's to prove it. I'm in favor of it. Now, why would I be in favor of it? No theatrics, no opinions. This proposal meets the official plan of the city of Peterborough. The official plan was endorsed by the province of Ontario. This council and other councils will follow that official plan for years to come. If you do not want height to your buildings or intensification, then you remove it from your official plan. TVM has done a great job of filling in study after study after study to the acceptance of city staff, and city staff did a marvelous job of making sure that all the I's were dotted and the T's were crossed. TVM has done just as good a job of making sure of that too. So we have a case in front of us, or a proposal in front of us, that meets all the requirements. You cannot change your policies on the fly. You put those in place, you adhere to them, and you adjust to them as you move forward. You don't try to change them. So we're here from Mark Street United Church to thank this council and to thank staff for all the work that you've done on this thus far. And then we're looking for your approval of it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bennett. There's questions. Councillor LaChica, please.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Good evening, Mr. Bennett. Thank you for coming tonight. My question is this. Was the membership and the board, both the membership and the board of Mark Street United Church and the United Church of Canada, were they consulted about the movement of a 10-story project to a 17-story project? Were they consulted? Was their feedback provided for you from the membership and the board and the United Church of Canada? Thank you very much.
Mr. Bennett, please.
And thank you for your question. And the answer to that is very simple. And Amit's already touched on it. We presented to United Church of Canada, to the council, and to the members of the congregation that we would be building a multi-story building. It was not determined how many stories that would be, and it still is up in the air until it's approved tonight at 17 stories.
So supplemental, Your Worship. So 17 stories was not articulated in what was shared with the membership then. Is that correct?
Mr. Bennett, please.
The correct answer to that is a multi-story building was approved.
And if I may, Your Worship, through you, so was there feedback? Was there an opportunity for feedback for a multi-story, 17-story building? Was that feedback provided to you from the membership? Thank you very much.
Mr. Bennett, please.
There was no discussion beyond the fact that it was going to be a multi-story building.
Thank you very much, Your Worship.
Councillor Riel, then Councillor Burke. Councillor Riel, please.
Through the chair to Mr. Bennett, Daryl, thank you very much for being here tonight. It's great to see you. My question is I want to take you back to June of 2024 of a meeting that was that TBM had, and certainly you were there from the congregation of Murray Street Baptist Church, where a presentation was made for a 10-story building. That's what was presented when I was there, and that was presented to the people of a 10-story building. Now, there was a lot of people that were aghast that night and certainly give suggestions, certainly shadowing traffic, not, it doesn't blend in, all of these certain things. So my question to you is, how is there a departure from a presentation of a bunch of people that honestly came, gave their input to a 17-story building that's now going to be this monstrosity in the center of East City, where you grew up? You grew up in East City yourself. So please tell me why there is this departure from 10-story that was presented to me as city councillor, presented to the people president, and then all of a sudden we end up with a 17-story building.
Mr. Bennett, please.
And through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Riel. The proposal that was made in public for the 10-story building was a proposal. We had approved a multi-story building. We brought forward a plan of 10 stories, and we were looking for input from agencies and from individuals. Then that occurred. Staff were given that information. Staff were back in touch with TBM. I'm outside of my element here. This was TBM dealing with staff. And to make certain adjustments that were not favorable to the agencies and to the individuals that were making comments, the stories grew. And they went up because of parking. They went up because of massing in the backyard. They went up because of massing in the front yard. They wanted the building moved to the west away from the church, and we ended up at 17 stories.
Councillor Burke, please. Councillor Burke.
Thank you, Mayor Leo. Through you to Mr. Bennett, thanks for coming again. I wasn't planning on asking any questions, but I heard your response to the first councillor that asked you questions. Are you aware of the answer that you gave me at General Committee when I asked which version of the proposal was given to the Board of Trustees at Mark Street United? I asked whether it was the 10-story or the 17-story version. Are you aware of the answer that you gave me?
Mr. Bennett, please.
I'm aware that it is a multi-story building that was approved.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions of Mr. Bennett? Thank you very much, sir, for being with us this evening.
Thank you.
The next on the list is Desmond Vanderberg. Mr. Vanderberg, please. Welcome, sir. You'll have 5 minutes to make a presentation. Could I get your name and address for the public record, please?
My name is Desmond Vandenberg. I live at 427 Mark Street.
Please proceed, sir.
Thank you. As I said when I was here last week, I want to make at the start to say that I'm not against development, and to meet Sophie's point, I'm not against change either. I understand this goes from he suggests we go from the official plan, then staff report, and then from the staff report it goes to council. But we seem to want to jump over council and say that, well, if it meets the official plan and the staff report's okay with it, then council should be okay with it. And if that's the case, then begs the question, why is council even involved then at that point? We should just be going straight from the staff report. That's just, sorry. Thank you. How's that?
That's
Okay.
better.
Do I need to repeat anything?
Can you hear the back there?
Okay. All right. How about,
Vandenberg, I'll give you a little latitude.
I
here if you want to kind of
appreciate,
start again.
yeah, I appreciate that. Thanks. How's that now? Better? Okay.
Better?
All right.
Better.
So as I said at the start, I'm not against development. I support development. If this was a 6 or an 8-story building that had proper setbacks to step back into the residential areas, I would actually be in support of it. I am not against change, to meet Stouffer's point. But what we're looking at here is we start out with the official plan, and then we say if it meets the official plan, it goes to staff report. The staff report, if they approve it, it goes to council. But we seem to want to jump over council and say, well, if the staff report approves it, that's the argument to do it. In my opinion, this is a square peg in a round hole. Just because we can put it there doesn't mean we should put it there. I noticed earlier today, this evening, Kevin Duguay recused himself. And I think that was appropriate because, as he probably understands, it's not just the appearance of conflict, or pardon me, it is the appearance of conflict.
Mr. Duguay is not recusing himself from this item.
Oh, no, I understand that. Yes.
Oh, you do.
It was
Okay.
from an earlier
Please
motion.
proceed, sir.
Correct. From an earlier motion. And I appreciate that. And I don't want to suggest that Kevin Duguay is doing anything inappropriate. I think last week when I raised this issue about conflict of interest, I think it gave the impression that I was suggesting that. I do not want to suggest that. Because it is the appearance of conflict, not the actual conflict, that necessitates a recusal. And so to Councillor Duguy's credit, he has recused himself a number of times. I was glancing over a number of reports, at least more than 20, and then plus tonight. I would like to actually highlight 4 of the times that the councillor recused himself, because he recused himself based on that.
Mr. Weber, if you could get to the land use issue, Councillor Duguay, very, very honorable, and
Yes.
recuses himself, declares when he has one.
Yes,
So, and not on this case. So please proceed, sir.
but I do believe he does. I believe he should on this case. Okay.
Please proceed.
All right. And to speak to him, I was going over the 4 points 4 times that he's recused himself because the applicant was a former client, which is in fact the case in this
2 or
case.
3 years ago. Please proceed. Mr.
No,
Chair.
as recently as January 2025, Mission Incentive Program for approval for 367 Rogers Streets, he'd worked on this application, so he recused himself. And there's other examples that they're not from years ago. Now,
Councillor Duguay, I'm going to get you to respond here because
Yes.
on
okay.
a point of
Could
privilege.
he respond at the end of the
Councillor Duguay,
presentation?
you can respond.
I will exercise at this time, Your Worship, for those that are in the audience, a point of personal privilege. I stated, sir, and for the benefit of those in attendance and my colleagues, that I was in fact retained by the Mark Street United Church about 82 months ago. And my role, sir, was to assist the church with the severance of lands that contain single unit dwelling properties from their land holdings. Associated with that application was reports made and filed through the city's Committee of Adjustment, which staff reports were presented, at which I prepared a planning justification report. Subsequently, the same approval required rezoning approval. Those lands were zoned for church use, and if created as separate lots, they needed to be zoned for residential purposes. A subsequent report was prepared and presented to staff, considered at planning committee, and I might add, for benefit of all in attendance, that application was approved by the 2 standing members of the Ashburnham ward. My limited role, sir, to be very clear, was to assist the church in the severance of lands from their land holdings. At no time during that process, at no time during staff's consideration, in staff's report, was there any sense, any inclination that there would be future development on the property. I want to be very clear, sir, that all that was my retainer was simply to assist the church in severing land. It has no affiliation whatsoever with the proposed redevelopment of the subject lands. Thank you.
I would just exercise caution on getting into these integrity issues. But if you have some points to make on land use, I'll give you a couple of minutes back on the clock.
I'd like to stay with the integrity issue if you don't mind.
Go ahead,
Sir.
sir.
Thank you.
I'm showing you some latitude here.
Well, I appreciate that.
We'll
I think it's important. I think it's relevant.
We'll put a couple of minutes back on the clock for you, sir.
Okay.
Please proceed.
Thank you. As Councillor DeGuy has stated, he was working for the client, for the applicant. And back in April 1st, 2019, he stated, I believe the municipal responses indicate the municipality is
Trevor, can we get to the land use issue? You're straight. You're here to talk about the land issue of 90 Hunter Street East. I've given you latitude. Please talk about the land use
and if
issue.
there's a councillor that appears to have a conflict of interest,
There's no conflict of interest.
There is.
So talk about the land use.
There is conflict of interest.
Please talk about the land use, sir. Councillor Duguay's addressed this in very clear terms. So if you want to talk about the land use, please proceed.
You know what? No, I won't. I won't. This is ridiculous.
Thank you very much.
Are there any questions?
Questions for Mr. Vandenberg? Councillor Chica, please.
Hello, Mr. Vandenberg. Thank you for being here. Why have you raised this issue, and how do you think it's pertinent to? How are you arguing that it's pertinent to this? If the councillor has said that there was no sale or development on the landscape at that time. Thank you. If you could respond to the land issue. Thank you. If I may, a point of order, Your Worship. The disposition. I'm not saying anything except these things are pertinent when we're making decisions that are monumental and unprecedented. The decisions that are made and the dispositions of motions need to be sound from General Committee and tonight. So if the delegate can have an opportunity to explain so that we all understand, I think that would be much better. Because if we don't have the understanding, we're not listening. And this is a very important time to listen to the public who is concerned. Thank you very much.
If you could respond, please.
Okay. So in 2019, the councillor was a client of the applicant. Not only was he a client of the applicant, please allow me to finish.
Mr. Vandenberg,
please allow me to finish.
Before.
No, I've not been able to say this spiel before. I can't get to the end of it. I get told not to talk
If I may, Your Worship, this is my time.
If you'd let me get to the end of it, we could then move on.
Okay, go ahead and be concise here, sir.
Yes,
because
concise.
you are in dangerous waters, let me tell you. But please respond.
Okay. 2019, the councillor was a client of the applicant. Not only a client of the applicant, but a client that created this parcel of land that is now being debated today.
Sorry, this is
Mr.
the point.
Vandenberg, that's enough.
Okay.
Councillor Duguay, Councillor Duguay's addressed this issue. If you want to talk about specifically about 900 Street, I'll give you a minute or two to do it.
Okay.
But you are not getting into a question of Councillor Duguay's integrity. He's answered the question in very clear terms.
Okay.
And if you're not satisfied, you can go to the Integrity Commissioner for an investigation.
I appreciate what you're saying, and I do not want to challenge the integrity of the councillor. I don't intend to do that.
Well,
let me just finish with. I did have other things to say, but let me just finish with one matter on this. In that 2019, one of the quotes that the councillor said at that meeting.
You keep going to 2019. We're dealing with 2025, 90 Hunter Street East.
This is about 90 Hunter Street East.
Please conclude your presentation.
Okay. They are essentially holding on to something that they may be able to utilize at a future time. That is a quote from Kevin Guy at the time when that parcel was created.
Thank you very much for your presentation. There may be some questions. Questions for Mr. Vandenberg? Questions? Thank you very much, sir. Oh, sorry, Councillor Chica. A question germane to 90 Hunter Street East.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Vandenberg. Next, we have Sharon Davidson. Ms. Davidson, please. If we could have your name and address for the public record and welcome, you'll have 5 minutes to make a presentation.
Is the talk on or just it? It is on. Thank you. My name is Sharon Davison, not Davidson. Davison.
Sorry.
That's okay. And I'm at 416 Mark Street.
Thank you. It was a misprint on my sheet here, but I apologize.
I know. Misspell it. People put the extra D in.
Welcome, and we're glad
Thank
you're
you.
with us this evening.
This may surprise you, but I'm a senior. Growing up in East City, child of Irish immigrants, hearing music above Hunter and Mark, buying 5 per penny candy below where town hall meetings happened. My parents worked hard, made sacrifices, didn't own a home until their mid-40s. I bought in my 50s and look forward to retiring there, gardening, dog walking, and contributing in some positive way. So I get those wanting to own, build, and live there, wanting to put down roots and age there. I mention this as the City of Peterborough is part of a community plan for an AFP, Age-Friendly Action Plan. And from that, individuals over 65 account for more than 24% of the regional population since the release of the 2017 plan. Greater Peterborough area demographics have changed, and there's an increased need to support healthy aging. The 2023 to 27 highlights how AFP plans are to meet those needs now and in the future. Also, United Nations Sustainable Development highlights importance of aging in place for older adults. Goal 11, make cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable by 2030. It quotes World Health, who defines an age-friendly community as where policies, services, and structures relate to the physical and social environments are designed to support and enable older people to live in a secure environment, enjoy good health, and continue to participate in their community. And then there's some pillars. When people view a neighborhood as safe and accessible, it encourages participation in outdoor activities and engagement within the community. Conditions and design of transportation-related infrastructure, such as signage, traffic lights, and sidewalks, affect personal mobility. Availability of a range of appropriate, affordable, accessible, and supportive housing options that incorporate flexibility through adaptive features, style, location choices are essential for age-friendly communities. Civic engagement includes the desire to be involved in aspects of the community that extend beyond day-to-day activities. So, you have city folks, including seniors, saying they want to be part of a public consultation. Concerns about safety, traffic, emergency services, possible new lights, personal mobility, affordable housing, sustainability, location of this build, appropriateness in space, compatibility with neighborhood, and age-friendly impact. I wrote you about persons with adaptability and safety issues, and how will you make sure that they matter? Not only if you give the stamp of approval here, but afterward when they live within this decision. Next, having access to affordable and adequate housing leads to better physical, mental, and social outcomes by eliminating stress and freeing up resources for other basic needs. So, will homeowners' taxes increase? Will property values decrease? Will this area no longer be cost livable for those already here? How will seniors and others on fixed incomes cope? And maybe you've heard my story of Mark Street Open House and how I was told Toronto people could afford the new build and current residents not able to afford life there could go elsewhere. This isn't supporting seniors in place, let alone friendly to the neighborhood. I'm new to all this and I'm curious. What investigation is done by the city into the points brought up in these meetings? What follow-up enforcement will be done with approval of this project? What about the letters that come in? Aren't you curious? Ask the staff the merits of the 17-story build independently, not compared to the 10-story. Ask what makes this development compatible. Traffic study done on Armour when it was closed? Anyone wonder what it would be like if Armour was open? Church members speaking out, letters of protest, lack of awareness of the substitution of a 17-story plan. I'm told complaints have been made to the United Church of Canada about this situation and the impacts it's having. I'm learning about conflict of interest. And I'm going to speak about a professional designation perspective. I've heard that the professional body has said, hypothetically, they would have advised a consultant to recuse from this situation. And I'm going to address Mr. Sof.
Sure, we've
Thank you. I know Mr. Sofer is not pizza, and I have no expectation that he can make everyone happy, so he can rest assured. And I have never met a more inclusive community, and to say we are practicing exclusivity is false and self-serving. Our community watches, and if past behavior proves accurate, more are going to notice. Working in survey research, Peterborough was one of 3 places where government and market research was always done. Politically, as Peterborough goes, so goes the country, they say. And when Tim Hortons eliminated the small coffee cup, Peterborough seniors flooded them with complaints, and that small cup was restored. So I'm saying, please be curious. Don't ignore, defer, have a community consultation, trust your urban planning and CPPS, and lead us in respect for what we have been and into welcoming what we can be.
Thanks very much, Sharon, and thank you for getting that coffee cup back. We have a question. Councillor Rial, please. Councillor Rial.
Through the chair to Ms. Davidson, thank you very much for being here. Appreciate it. My question has to do because you're an area resident and certainly a lifelong resident of East City. There has been some changes to downtown East City over the years. Certainly a couple of new buildings were built. So my question is, and it might be an unfair question, because of the changes that were made to the downtown, and certainly what would you feel a 17-story building is going to do to the downtown of East City? And that has to do with traffic, with just what a monstrosity is going to be built on this site, and certainly the commercial properties that are now and the people that make East City unique, its heritage quality, and certainly the people that live in the area.
Okay. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to say through the chair, but we'll send it up there and everybody can hear. So what I spoke about last time was focused on traffic, because I really believe that we are, when we look at things individually as units and don't connect them together, we're not actually holistically planning. And I believe we are setting ourselves up for a perfect storm there. We've got this 2-block area, which is the majority of the downtown there, I feel. And we've got issues with traffic already. I send you guys pictures. I watched the school guard this morning there for the first day, and the person was rather tentative. And my thought was, I wonder how they feel stepping out with a little sign trying to get the traffic to stop, right? Because I've seen, huge trucks try and do a U-turn in that intersection. And so traffic it's going to increase the traffic. And as people get more frustrated, they take risks, they increase speed. I guess that's human nature, but they go into all the side streets. And when you go into all the side streets, those are residential areas. They are not part of the downtown or the core, as the new kind of coding goes. And they're not expecting the kind of issues of speeders down there. And there's limited places to kind of offset this traffic. We get into that area, through bridges, we get out through bridges, and often like the swing bridge at Mariah, sometimes it's not available to people, and you see them trying to do a U-turn and go up Armour and get down under the lift locks. So I think it's going to make it less friendly, actually, to be honest, because people really get frustrated, and it's going to make it more dangerous. outside of traffic, I would say we do have a place that people feel there's something special to. And that's not just the people that live there. That's the people that live elsewhere in the city and bring friends over to the coffee shop, or the rail yard, or to walk the trails. And when we aren't compatible with what's already there, it sort of loses its value. It is shown that there's not interest in it, there's not attention to it. And so I don't know that we're going to have that sort of tourism come in. And to be perfectly honest, maybe it's not, a planning code, but the well-being of the people that live there, and I talked tonight about seniors, there's an important, I know that Bob Short, who I think he leads the severance committee, or the amendment committee, I think is the name for it. And he retired here. There's lots of people that come here because they want to be in that area. And you can get that anywhere, the big towers. You can go to the big cities. Mary Delaney talked about, I think it was Pickering that doesn't have a downtown. And now we have these communities that are struggling to try and bring it back because we didn't value what it had to offer because it wasn't modern and new, right? And I honestly believe that there are ways to incorporate this into the community. And wouldn't that be a wonderful thing to actually work together and have a feeling that this is not the enemy inside, the community. And that increases the well-being of people, because that's one of the strong points. Like, you're seeing this here tonight, and the rise in social media as people are learning about this, they really care about their community, and they help each other out, and they will welcome. And that's the piece I said about inclusivity. They will welcome people into the neighborhood. They'll say hello to them and tell them about something that's on sale. The blueberries were $1.99 from BC at Foodland. That was great.
Sure, we might kind of wrap it up.
Sorry.
It's
Well,
all right,
obviously,
but-
I'm very passionate about it.
Not a problem.
Yeah.
But there's a
Yeah.
lot of presenters here that are
Yeah.
on the docket
Yeah.
tonight.
So let me just summarize and say it's going to make a big impact, and I don't believe it's 100% positive. I would say, if I had to guesstimate, there may be 25% positive and 75% negative is going to come out of that. But that's just me.
Thank you very much for your presentation. There may be some other questions. Thank you again.
I appreciate asking questions. I didn't know what you thought last week. Everybody looked blank and they didn't ask a thing.
Thanks again for being with us. Kent Randall, Echo View Consulting Service. If we could just use the hands, please, that would be great. Kent Randall, please. If we could get your name and address for the public record.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Leal. Kent Randall, EcoView Consulting, 416 Chambers Street, and I'm the planner and agent for the applicant, TVM. So thank you for having me here tonight. I'm not going to go too long, I hope. I'm just going to wrap a few things up from last week, because I think I did touch on quite a few things last week. So just a couple points that I didn't get through to last week. The first thing is just about the Planning Act process, and I didn't really go through that how I wanted to last week. The main thing is that I think there's a lot of discussion about the CPP system that's coming into place potentially next year. What happens is, if an application is deemed complete, it is evaluated under the rules that are in place at that time. So even if we were to delay this, we're not legally bound by any new system that comes into place. It has to be reviewed under the planning regime that's in place at this point. And council is under an obligation to make a decision on this within 90 days of it being deemed complete. So I just wanted to bring that up, because there's all this talk about ramming it through and that sort of thing. That the city is following its process under the Planning Act, and I know a lot of people don't agree with that process, but that is the process under the Planning Act. And then the urban design guidelines were brought up quite often last week, and I've seen them quite a bit on social media and the website that's been put together. It's important to understand that it's a non-statutory document. Okay, so planning applications are evaluated under the planning policy regime that I just spoke about: Planning Act, PPS, local official plan. And this is taken right from the urban design guidelines. There are non-statutory statements, which are general rules and recommendations. They augment the city's statutory planning tools, and those are the statutory tools that I just spoke of. Provide greater clarity on urban design, streetscapes, built form, sustainable initiatives. So it's important to understand that yes, I think that there is a suggested setback of the 10 meters of the building from lot lines, but these are just suggestions, recommendations, and most of those guidelines we do follow. And I think you'll find that a lot of buildings that will be put up in the future are not going to be able to follow every single one of those recommendations. It's just not possible on every single site. So that's important to understand. So the bottom line, and again, I stand by my professional opinion, which is that this application is consistent with the PPS, and that's the test under the provincial planning statement, conforms to the city's official plan. And that's not just my professional opinion, that's the professional opinion of your professional planners on staff. And one last thing, just I'm going pretty quick actually. In terms of precedent, I keep hearing precedent thrown around a lot. Precedent is not a planning term. We don't go by precedent. There's no legal precedent in terms of a decision that's made by council. You're not legally obligated. If you approve 17 stories here, it's not the next site automatically gets approved because of that. If there's any precedent, the precedent is baked into your official plan. That's your guideline for how your city is going to develop, and that's the guideline that we have to look at when we're evaluating applications. We have to look at the official plan, we have to look at the PPS, we look at the site, we evaluate it in the context of those policies. And that's my professional opinion, and that's essentially all I have to say tonight. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks very much, Mr. Randall. There's a number of questions. I have Councillor Lechico, Burke, and Rial. Councillor Lechico, please. And Councillor Baldwin.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Through you, hello, Kent. Good to see you again. Appreciate what you've stated, and we agreed last time I spoke to it not being statutory, absolutely, but that it's something to augment for sure. My question, and are you a member of the Ontario Professional Planning Institute?
Yes, through the chair, I am.
Okay.
Mr. Randall, please. Thank you.
And a supplemental, you know, being that the Planning Institute has an obligation to conduct their business, their professional work in a way that upholds the public trust, why would you not have asked your client to hold a second info session, which would uphold the public trust and engagement when it moved to from 10 to 17 stories? And are you aware that this might be perceived by others of the Planning Institute that this could be a sanctionable best practices error to not have a second meeting? Thank you.
Mr. Randall, please. We're getting into dangerous territory again here.
Point of order. Point of order.
Randall, please respond.
I believe the chair is to be neutral and not make pejorative comments about the questions of the person who has the floor. Thank you. Neutral. Thank you.
Mr. Randall, please.
I'll respond to that. I think there is some relevancy. I would say that.
That's good.
What I would say is that I believe that we have done the adequate public consultation in terms of what's required under the Planning Act. We did host that open house. I've been through this, you know, we went through this last week when discussing, was it enough? We saw it as being enough because we thought that we had addressed the comments that we could address. But I don't think it's a gross miscarriage or anything like that of what my professional institute asks.
Supplemental, if I may, but would you not think that it would build public trust to have the public be aware and give them the opportunity for feedback? 10 stories to 17 stories is practically another building, and this is impacting the neighborhood. Why would we not want to build the public trust? We have 700 people signing a petition. There's outcry. So why do we not want to build the public trust? Thank you very much for your response, Mr. Randall.
Mr. Randall, please.
Through the mayor, I agree. I mean, it's good to build the public trust. I don't believe that in this situation it was necessary to do that. And what I would say is
If I may, Your Worship, through you, did you recommend to your client to have a second meeting?
Could we hear Mr. Randall's response, please?
So I'll answer that. I did not recommend to have a second meeting. What I would say is that I've done many, if not hundreds of applications. I've gone before many different councils. I've had applications that go forward that are upheld at the tribunal or passed by council in the face of a lot of opposition. It happens. What I would say is that in this situation, we understood that the change was not going to be welcome, but we also understood that the building itself, the proposal was not going to be welcome in most instances, no matter what we did. So we made the decision to move forward without having another open house. We didn't think it was necessary, and that's what we decided to do.
If I may, thank you. Final comment and question. Are you aware that the word precedent has a meaning in a literary sense, meaning the first time? It may not be a planning term, but are you aware that we reference it in a literary way to mean the first time we've ever built a 17-story building in a village in Peterborough?
Mr. Randall, please.
Well, through the chair. Okay. In terms of it being the first time, yeah, I'm not going to argue that. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Your Worship.
Councillor Burke, please.
Thank you, Mayor Leal. Mr. Randall, thank you. My question to you through the mayor. In your delegation, you said that a lot of people don't agree with the process. What do you mean by that? Do you mean us around the table here? Do you mean the people in the gallery? Can you help us understand what you meant by that?
Mr. Randall, please.
I'm not sure what are you referring to? What did I say?
I'm referring to the words that you said about about a minute ago, where you said you talked about the planning process to justify how the project has been done. In terms of, you're looking at me like you're confused.
Well,
but I think that,
I'm
let me finish,
confused.
please. Mayor, I have the floor. Yeah. So
Question.
I'm using your words because I wrote them down. You said in terms of the planning process, you said a lot of people don't agree with that process. So can you help me
Right.
understand? Excuse me.
Mr. Randall, please.
Sorry.
Can you please?
Came to me. Go ahead.
Are we okay?
Yeah. Go ahead.
You said that a lot of people don't understand the process, don't agree with the process. Can you help us understand, please, what you mean by that? Do you mean us as councillors and the mayor around the table? Do you mean the community that has shown up? Do you mean our staff? What do you mean by that?
No,
Mr.
through
Randall, please.
yes, the chair. What I was saying was that I think from what I've heard from the reactions of people is that whenever we mention here is the public process under the Planning Act, it's a statutory public meeting. There's no requirement for an open house. A lot of people don't like that for whatever reason, and certainly they don't like it here. They felt that there was a need for another open house. We didn't feel that way, and that's what I meant by that.
Through the chair to Mr. Randall, would you agree that this project, I don't know if it's really on vacant land, but it's you're proposing to have a residential use on a site that was formerly non-residential. You'll excuse my language. I'm not a planner, but would you say it's fair to say that projects like this of this scope are an economic driver for the neighborhoods they are put in?
Mr. Randall, please.
Through the chair, are projects of this scope, are they economic drivers in the neighborhoods in which they're located? Is your question? What does that have to do with the
That's
change of the
understanding your
use?
question, Councillor Burke.
I just want to understand that when you were talking about changing the use, what that had to do with the question.
I'm saying that thank you for the question. So I'm just trying to provide some context to the question that I'm saying. You're not proposing to put a 17-story tower to replace like a 6-story tower. You are adding 17 stories of residential and commercial use to a site that is not currently zoned for that. So you're changing the use.
That's correct.
Which is changing the neighborhood. And I'm asking that, in your opinion, is a project like this an economic driver for a neighborhood in this case?
Mr. Randall, please.
So I'll answer the question. I'm not sure entirely what the economics of it are. I'm not an economist, so that's all I would say to that.
Well, I mean, through the mayor, I think when you were here at General Committee, you spoke about the effect that it would have on rental rates in the neighborhood. You spoke about how this was going to affect our housing crisis issues. So you did lean into this territory. So I'm asking you again, is it, in your opinion, being someone who has a lot of experience on projects like this, are these projects economic drivers for the neighborhood? Do they provide?
please.
We've heard from the developer. We've heard from the developer that hired you that this is going to be an economic driver, providing people to the neighborhood and jobs and businesses. And I'm asking you what your opinion is on that.
My opinion is yes, it does add housing to the housing continuum, and adding housing to the housing continuum is a way to help, not the only solution, but a way to assist with leveling off rental prices. That's what I understand. The idea of an economic driver in whatever other sense, I'm not sure. But in terms of those statements that you said that I made last week, yes, absolutely.
And so through the chair, would it be fair to say that having a project like this replace the current use of the site, which is the sort of gym public use site of the old church, would you say that it's fair that a project?
Councillor Burke, you're just getting beyond 5 minutes. I'll let you have one more question.
I'll go into my second round.
Okay, go
Thank
ahead.
you. Would you say that it would be fair to say that a project like this would sort of help boost the property prices in the neighborhood for residents by adding value to the neighborhood?
Mr. Randall,
Through the
please.
chair, I can't speak to real estate value as a planner. I can't speak to that. So I don't know.
You spoke through the chair. You spoke last week with confidence that projects like this have an effect on bringing down rental rates and dealing with affordability issues for people. Right. You talked about how you were adding stock to the housing continuum, and thereby it would have a dampening effect on rental rates. Are you not?
Through the chair, I'm not. But now you're asking me about real estate value and land
Randall, please.
prices.
If you can respond.
Yes, through the chair. I don't recall that I spoke about real estate prices and land values.
I was asking you through the
wouldn't
chair
say
about
Councillor
obviously
Burke, if we could get back to land use matters.
I'm trying, Mayor. I'm trying to be
I know.
I'm trying to be as clear as I can. And I'm also just forming my questions for the presenter off how the presenter came to council to pitch this project to us last week at General Committee. And I'm trying to further what the presenter has said to us. And he has in fact led the veering off into those different directions.
If we get to the question, it'd be helpful.
Do you believe that a project like this will increase rental rates in the neighborhood?
Through the chair, will it increase rental rates?
Mayor Leo, I asked the question.
No, I'm not. Pardon me.
He's trying to answer.
I'd like to understand the question. Is it going
I
to
was
increase
trying to
rental
rephrase
prices?
the question again, and then I was
Okay, go ahead.
interrupted.
Go ahead.
Do you believe that a project like this will have an increase on rental prices in the neighborhood?
Mr. Randall, please.
Through the chair, I'm not completely sure. I do know that, again, as I said, if you're adding units to the housing stock, that it does have that effect, depending on the number of units. But I don't know absolutely for sure, Councillor Burke.
Thank you.
I have Councillor Lachika back on the list. Councillor Riel Baldwin Lachika, please.
Thank you very much, Your Worship.
No, sorry. It's Riel Baldwin Lachika. Councillor Riel, please.
Through the chair to Mr. Randall, thank you very much for being here. One word that's been bantered around council, and certainly I think from you, is that if this doesn't go through, it can be taken to the land tribunal, which you would play a part because you are a land planner. So when I read and they keep saying that the government of Ontario is making us do this infill and going higher and all of this other stuff. But there's a word that's in that document, and it says the word is compatibility. Could you tell me how you can justify a 17-story building in the downtown of East City of being compatible with what's there now? Because that is a word that's right in the document, even though the Ontario government has said we would like infill, we would like height, no height restriction. It says that it has to be compatible with the neighborhood. So could you please explain to me as a land planner how this is compatible with the downtown of East City?
So through the chair, I believe Mr. Sofer brought some of those aspects up, but essentially the main thing is that compatibility under the definition, there's no provincial definition for compatibility. That compatibility definition is found in your OP, in the city's OP, and it doesn't necessarily mean the same. And it says that in that definition. What we try to do in these instances where you have a downtown area interfacing with the residential is to try to dampen that impact to the residential as much as you can, but also ensuring that you're taking advantage of the density allowances in that downtown area. The way that we see it, the way that I see it, is that that podium tower has been pulled closer to Hunter Street. The previous design had the massing at the back. What we tried to do is take that height away from that rear portion of the property. Mr. Sofer mentioned the podium and point tower design, which is one way. I know people don't want to hear that, but the podium and point tower design is one way to lessen that impact at a street level. So when you're walking ahead, you're not looking up, you're looking ahead. The idea being that podium is lower, it's 3 stories, and then the point tower is set back. And that's something from the urban design guidelines as well, something that we had followed from the urban design guidelines. So it's a number of those factors, essentially trying to contain that density and that height within the downtown core area, and then having some sort of transition to the back.
Through the chair to Mr. Randall, you still haven't answered my question, because this will be the tallest building in the city of Peterborough. So how is that compatible with an area of residential homes? You're shoehorning a 17-story building into a residential area, though there is a couple apartment buildings were built at 8 or 9 stories, but you're double the size, and you're telling me that's compatible with the neighborhood. Is that what you want me to believe? Is that what you want me to believe?
That's my opinion. And I do, right.
Anything further, Councillor Real? Councillor Baldwin, then Councillor Chika. Councillor Baldwin, please.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship, and Mr. Randall, thank you for being here again. My question, I think it's pretty simple, but I'll give it to you anyway. Have you and the applicant at any time, given the feedback from the community, considered going back to the original 10-story build?
Mr. Randall, please.
Through the chair, not that I can recall. I believe that once we had made that decision, and it was predicated on a lot of those comments, as I said.
Second question I have for you, Your Worship. Given the design changes that have been made, the 3 stories at the front and the tower at the back, could that design be replicated on a smaller scale? So you said the podium would be three stories and then the tower behind. So 3 and 14 or whatever the number is. Could it be 1 and 6, 1 and 7? Could you replicate that building on that lot at a much lower scale? Exactly the same dimensions in terms of, setbacks from the back and close to the front of Hunter Street, etc. Has that discussion ever taken place?
Through the chair, no, it hasn't taken place.
Randall, please.
Through the chair, pardon me. So that discussion hasn't taken place. Could it be done? I'm sure you could design, a building in any which way. There's probably a number of ways to design it. It just was not feasible to have it at that certain height with that design.
And Your Worship, I know I'm not supposed to make a comment, but I appreciate Mr. Randall's suggestion that a building such as I've described is possible. I really wish that would be reconsidered, because I think the community in the village of Ashburnham would welcome those changes. Thank you, Mr.
Here. Councillor Chika, please. Councillor Chika.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Just a question. Are you aware that September 17th that there's a public open house related to the strategic growth areas, building height, angular plane, all of that? You aware of that?
Yes.
Mr. Randall, please.
Yes, through the chair, I am aware.
Right. So at the time, right now, it's not formalized in our official plan that the strategic growth areas, that the height limits and the angular plane, all of those things, those are not. They're not finalized until it goes back through this process that needs to happen in September and back to council in October. Are you aware of that?
Through the chair, the downtown core, there is no height limit, right?
Right. We know about the downtown core, and there's some differing opinions about, we break it down, the downtown core, into different areas. But do you agree that Ashburnham Village and this part of 90 Hunter Street East is in the strategic growth area?
Through the chair, I believe the strategic growth area is in accordance with the former growth plan strategic growth area.
Well, currently it appears in the strategic growth area. Are you aware of that? So do you understand that it may be considered premature that we are ramming this through, so to speak, 17 stories when we don't know what the adequate mitigation strategy is for the angular plane and the encroachment of the tower on it? This meeting has not happened. The official plan has not been finalized for strategic growth areas. No wonder 700 people are upset because they haven't had an opportunity to have that public open house to talk about
And your question,
the strategic growth areas. Are you aware of this?
Your question, please.
Are you aware of the perception of it being premature? Thank you.
Mr. Randall, please.
Yeah, through the chair, I'm well aware of the perception of it being premature. Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Hakey, please.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. For clarification, the councillor brought up something. If I could ask, I think Mr. Appleby, the downtown core area designation, does it exist currently in?
Point of order. We're listening to a delegation. This should be, if you want to ask the question of staff, that is in debate.
Councillor Hakey, do you want to?
Okay, fair enough. No, I will wait. Thank you very much.
No, that's fine. Any further questions? Councillor Burke, please. And I'm giving you a little latitude.
Really appreciate that. I have it quick and it's written down, so there will be no one question. That's it. Thank you, Mayor Leal. Mr. Randall, when you look at the surrounding streetscape of mostly 1 to 3 story homes, can you explain how the 17-story project will blend in rather than stand out as an anomaly?
Councillor Burke, this is your fourth time. It's beyond, but I'll let you ask this question. Yes. Ask your question quickly, Mr. Randall, please.
Yes, I heard it, Mr. Mayor. So through the chair, I think I pointed that out to the Council Riel in terms of how it blends. The main thing is the podium, and it's not to say that it's not going to. It will be noticeable. I mean, I'm not that naive to say that it won't be. But that's
Sir Crowley, please.
Yeah.
Thank you,
For
Chair.
the first time, by the way.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I do have a couple of questions, one of which I guess I wish I had have asked him when he was up here, but what, after hearing a lot of the outcry from the neighborhood, what would be involved, and this is sort of hopping on Councillor Baldwin's question, what would be involved in possibly going back to the old design? And what would that process look like, assuming that, you leave council here and you and Amit talk and it's, we got to go back to the 10-story design. What would that process look like? How long would that take? What would the timeline be? What would the cost be to the developer to do something like that? Just trying to get some information on what that process would look like.
Mr. Randall, please.
So through the chair, I maybe wasn't clear in terms of changing the design. I'm not sure if maybe that was Councillor Baldwin's question per se, but because I believe his was involved with the podium and whether it could work with the podium. The main thing is that going back to that design that original design wasn't necessarily supported by staff. So we wouldn't necessarily be able to go right back to that same design. We'd have to go back to something different, and that would involve, going back to all the technical professionals and redoing studies, or at least amending them or providing addendums. So yeah, that would take up a fairly good amount of time. It would pass our statutory 90-day requirement, and it would have to be recirculated, that sort of thing.
Sure.
Any further questions for Mr. Randall? Councillor Rial, please, for a second time.
Through the chair, Mr. Randall, you brought up a very good point. I mean, you were at the meeting in June 24th. Or 2024, where they already had the drawings and the proposal for a 10-story building. So going back to it, I don't see as a stretch here. And then last week, when we asked the question, why wasn't a new shadow study, traffic study, compatibility, all of these things were asked. And I believe you said there was no need to do that. So you're telling me tonight that you would have to go back and redo all of the things that have already been redone for a 10-story building. So please,
Mr. Randall, please.
please give me some comfort here of what you're saying, because I'm not buying what you're selling.
Well, okay. So through the chair, I don't believe I said that. If I said that, then that was an error. All of those studies were updated. Traffic study was updated. The stormwater study was updated. It wasn't just sort of forgotten about. We did have to update all those studies. So that was done it took a long time to do that. We had to go through the iterations of the new design and figure out, all traffic items, stormwater. There wasn't a whole lot changing in terms of stormwater because our actual footprint was getting smaller, but we still had to change, how the stormwater mechanisms would work on the site. So that was done. And like I said, it's not flipping a switch necessarily, because we do have to go back. We would have to redesign. We'd have to go through that same process again. And I don't even know. We're just speculating here. This is purely hypothetical. I'm not sure what the feasibility would be of changing it back to 10 with a different design, because that design was not, the original design was not supported by your staff.
Anything further, Councillor Young?
Go back and look at the tape, because I'm pretty sure I have a pretty good memory. So,
Councillor Duguay, please, for the first time.
Thank you, Mayor Leal. Mr. Randall, thank you for your prolonged attendance at the podium. Sir, I have a few questions, if I may, Your Worship.
Proceed.
And they're similar to the questions I asked at the previous statutory public meeting. In your professional opinion, a professional planning opinion, does the zoning bylaw amendment application, is it consistent with the policy directives of the 2024 provincial planning statement?
Mr. Randall, please.
Through the chair, as I said in my delegation, yes, it is.
I know I'm repeating myself, but I think it bears repeating. Secondly, Mr. Randall, is it your professional opinion, sir, that the application, the zoning bylaw amendment application, is in conformity with the policy directives of the current city's official plan?
Through the chair, please. Through the chair, yes, it is.
And related, was there any need identified by staff during this process that this application, whether it was 10 or a 17-story building, did staff indicate that the proponent needed to file an amendment to the city's official plan?
Mr. Randall?
Through the chair, no.
Sir, often planners are asked if an application which will permit a development, does it represent good planning? That is a term that's used often and at tribunals. In fact, it's one of very important tests. Sir, in your professional opinion, does the zoning bylaw amendment application, as being considered tonight, are you of the professional opinion that it represents good planning?
Yes, through the chair, yes, it does.
And Your Worship, I have one final question. Mr. Randall, during your processing of your role as the planning consultant, at any time, sir, did I meet with either yourself or Mr. Sofer at any time during the planning process?
Mr. Randall?
Through the chair, no.
And did I attend, sir, the open house in June that's been referenced in this meeting?
Mr. Randall?
Through the chair, no.
And I was certainly aware of it, but I did not attend. I thank you for clarifying your professional planning and responding to my queries with respect to involvement. Thank you, sir.
Any further questions for Mr. Randall? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Our next presenter is Chris Bagwood. Mr. Bagwood, please. We could have your name and address for the public record, and you'll have 5 minutes, sir.
Great. Thank you. My name is Chris Magwood. I'm at 136.5 James Street in Peterborough.
Welcome.
Thank you. And I want to thank Council for the opportunity to speak again on this issue. My previous delegation was focused on the big increase in climate impacts for both high-rise and low-rise developments, and I limited myself to that topic in line with recommendations to not repeat points covered by other delegations. But I'm back before you today because at the end of that very long meeting, I felt like this issue was being boiled down to a pro-development or anti-development split. I'm very concerned that this oversimplification is leading council to vote in favor of this proposal because enough council members do not want to land on the side of being anti-development. To me, this vote is about compatible development. We've heard that term a lot. At the previous meeting, the proponent framed compatible development as a term that is impossible to agree on, one that is more a matter of opinion than a serious decision-making tool for council. I strongly disagree with the proponent's comparison to the subjectivity of looking at art. When it comes to development principles, we are not comparing one person's reaction to a painting to another's. The proponent's argument that you can't make everyone happy isn't anybody's reasonable expectation of development. It is no accident that the official plan and urban design guidelines both identify compatible development as a central test for evaluating new building proposals. It is the result of years of consultation with city citizens, staff, and council, and it is the best way we know to try and make the most people happy. If council accepts this proposal, today's decision will come to define what compatible means or doesn't mean, firmly establishing how the city will be able to interpret this important concept for all new development. We've all heard that compatible does not mean the same, and I'm not here to argue on behalf of keeping the status quo in East City or anywhere else in Peterborough. I do believe the city needs more housing and needs more density in the central area, and that we cannot stick to historical versions of development and achieve these important goals. And I'm definitely not advocating for more sprawl. But I am hoping you will see that it is not possible for a proposal to set a whole bunch of new development precedents and be compatible at the same time. Precedent setting and compatibility are not the same. Here's a little hockey metaphor. This would be like saying Connor McDavid's record-breaking hockey skills are compatible with those of a typical hockey player because after all, it's pretty subjective and they both just want to score goals. But seriously, there's a long list of ways this proposal breaks all of our city's development norms, and I've got 6. Height, obviously. This building doesn't just stretch our norms, it blows them up. It is literally twice as tall as other residential buildings in the city and 3 times as high as the new buildings along Hunter Street. I invite you all to actually think about stacking all 3 of Ashburnham Realty's new buildings on top of each other. That's what we're talking about. If I were an 18-foot tall hockey player, even Connor McDavid wouldn't find me compatible. Number 2 is building density. I can't see anywhere in Peterborough where there are this many units on this small a lot. And somehow, nobody's been talking about this, but the unit count jumped up about 25% between the 10-story and 17-story proposals. Number 3, multi-level parking structures don't normally border immediately onto residential properties. Number 4, parking access for a large residential building doesn't normally cross a major pedestrian sidewalk and empty directly onto a major traffic thoroughfare. Number 5, building appearance. Both levels of this building bring a concrete and glass aesthetic that we don't see anywhere else in the city. And number 6, and I think it's important, it's being proposed in an awkward policy gap between the province's removal of the height restrictions from the city's official plan and the implementation of the community planning permit system. With all this in mind, I hope it's clear to council that voting yes to this proposal means you are giving up on the crucial notion of compatibility that citizens, staff, and council all chose to embed in the official plan and the urban design guidelines. This term will be stripped of any useful meaning because if this proposal is defined as compatible, literally any proposal will be able to claim compatibility, and council will have lost a key tool for guiding development in the future. Now, I know council doesn't get congratulated very often, but I think we only need to look along today's Hunter Street to see evidence of the city's success in promoting compatible development and rapidly adding housing in the central area via 4 new buildings designed at a scale that a majority of citizens find acceptable. I urge you to reflect carefully on this proposal and allow yourselves to consider that a no vote based on compatibility is not a rejection of the city's larger development goals and does not prevent this lot from supporting a more compatible development. meeting the city's goals for complete development does not require fast approval of a building that packs the most possible units onto a small lot and forever ties the city's hands for using compatibility as an important check.
Mr. Bagwood, your time is up, but I'll let you finish your sentence or your thought there.
I'll just say to thank you for considering a cautious, evidence-based path that supports housing growth while protecting good planning and public trust by voting no on this proposal.
Thank you very much, sir. Councillor Burke has a question. Councillor Burke, please.
Thank you, Mayor Leal and Mr. Magwood. Thank you. Really great concrete points about compatibility. You were at the last week's meeting, the general committee meeting, and I tried to really ask our staff to help define what that means for us. And I'm not really clear what that means to this point. And I think there's a problem with that. I have a question for you also because you were at the last meeting. Is it fair to say that you as a resident felt sort of blindsided in the way that the proposal was given to you at 10 stories and then so quickly changed to 17 stories?
Very much so. And I think, very much so. And I think that the thing that also surprised me was that the unit count went up in that jump. So it wasn't just the proponent seems to make it sound like, oh, well, we reacted to our, concerns from citizens about, the property lines and all that kind of stuff. So we squeezed the building and it popped up on the top, but it popped up with 25% more units. I don't believe any of the citizens who are concerned about the encroachment on their properties also asked for a unit increase. I mean, I think the number of units that was in that 10-story building could have been accommodated in a building that also listened to the residents.
Yeah, through the mayor, I think it's a perfect segue to my next question because I'm sort of confused by how the answers are changing on the fly to some of the questions that we have. And one example of that is about the reason for the 10-story project jumping up to 17 stories. We heard from the developer last week and tonight that the reason for that was that he was actually taking the feedback from the public meeting, don't you know? That's what we heard. But then about 5 minutes ago, we heard from the planner when asked about going back to this 10-story proposal that he said they can't do that because your staff won't comply with what that proposal looked like. So I'm confused still what the reason was that the project went from 10 stories to 17 stories.
Your question.
Are you confused by the answers you're getting as well?
Mr. Bagwood, please.
Yes, I am confused by the proponent seems to say that there's that it's not feasible to consider anything else here. And if it was feasible to propose a 10-story building with, think about 150 units, it certainly seems like it could also be feasible to change that 10-story design, still have 150 units, and still listen to the neighbors, or some version of that. The feasibility argument doesn't, to me, seem to hold any water, because if it was feasible to put 150 units in the first round, why is it only feasible to have 200 plus units in the surprise second round?
Thank you, Mayor Leal. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Councillor Chico, please.
Thank you very much, through you, Your Worship. Thank you, Chris, for your presentation, and I really appreciated you underscoring the anti-development versus pro-development sort of extreme polarity that is the place that is unfortunately where it could go if we don't reflect on this with balance. So thank you for that, because you are pro-development, strategic pro-development. Is that so?
Yes, I mean, I wasn't here when the building went up at the top of Hunter Street. I wasn't here when the Ashburn Realty ones. There's been plenty of development in the city I congratulated you all for doing that. I think we need to be doing this. I just don't think it has to be the way that this particular proposal is presenting it as, like, this is the need. We don't have to have that many units on that lot in this form.
Yes, and thank you. And there are planners and engineers that I've spoken to from Peterborough who have expertise on strong towns and densification. I align with that. We need to do it. But they have said it's too big. It's just too big. So I think that's part of what you're saying as well, correct?
That's right. I mean, I am in the sort of building and architecture business, and I did show the proposal to a lot of design professional friends and said, compatible, and the answer, I didn't get a single answer that said yes, compatible. Now, I know that it's very subjective what compatible means, but I think when we stretch the bounds of compatibility like we're seeing here, this council will never be able to use compatibility ever again. Like, if this is compatible, the field's wide open, because literally anything could then be compatible.
Thank you. And final point through you, Your Worship.
Final question.
Yes. Yourself or any of the other concerned citizens who are here tonight and are organizing around this, did TVM or the church reach out to you or any of you that you know of around this issue of the lack of compatibility as you see it? Thank you.
Mr. Bagwood, please.
No, I mean, I must admit I did not see the notice for the original meeting back in 2024. The fact that any project was going on there only came to my attention when people around me were saying, "Hey, did you know there's a 17-story building going up there?" So I think, as somebody who's pretty aware of the city and sort of watching things, if I didn't get any of that messaging, I don't know who did, but I certainly didn't.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Duguay for the first time.
Thank you, Your Worship. Chris, thank you for your attendance. Sir, you referenced in your remarks, you focused on the word compatibility, and you referenced that it's addressed within our official plan document. But sir, can you point me as a reader where it specifically speaks to the commercial core area? When is compatibility referenced?
I can't give you a chapter and verse on that. I read both documents to prepare for this. I saw the notion of compatible development came up a lot as a guiding principle. I can't tell you in what paragraph and in regards to what.
Thank you, sir. If it helps the reader, it actually speaks to relationship with heritage structures relative to the commercial core. But I would agree the notion of compatibility is expressed in the document in other instances and other land uses. Mr. Magwood, in any of your projects, and I'm certainly familiar with some of your work, have there ever been changes from pre-consultation or perhaps through the building program? You started off with an idea and it may have changed. Does that ever happen in your experience?
Yes, absolutely, but not to the magnitude that I'm seeing in this case.
And I appreciate that, but you're agreeing, sir, that change can happen as an application. No, it's important. So this isn't that change can happen, and I would agree, sir, that in this case, there is a magnitude of change. I'm not disputing that. I just want to acknowledge that in your experience, change does happen through original designs and between original designs and end product. Is that correct?
I feel like I am being boxed in with that question because you're going to make me say yes, which is the truth. It is. I would also say that if a change came up that, say, doubled the height of my project or significantly changed the unit count, that's not the kind of change that I would just sketch out on a piece of paper and keep moving forward. When you substantially change the nature of a project, you go back to your stakeholders, whether it's me and a private home builder, which is what I used to do, or I believe in this case, it should have been the responsibility of the proponent to do that at that scale when change is that large.
Sir, I appreciate that commentary and response. Thank you, Chris. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Peter Dawson, please. Mr. Dawson. If we could have your name and address for the public record, you have 5 minutes, sir.
Peter Dawson, 34 Cricket Place. It won't take 5 minutes. Much of what I wanted to say has already been said. I had prepared a little kind of video showing the impact of the shadows of this building as the shadow moves across the neighborhood. But I think that most people are probably well aware of the difficulty there. I guess I would just confine myself. I see today that Peterborough has the second highest unemployment rate in the country. And I'd like to know who's going to be occupying all these buildings. I know that I've heard that 80,000 people are going to be leaving Metro Toronto in the next year or so, and I don't think they're all moving to Peterborough. The second thing is that we've heard a lot about change. It cuts both ways. You can change from 3 is multi-story, 4 is multi-story. Okay, so change. I don't mind development. I live in East City. We've had 1, 2, 3, 4 apartment buildings within the past couple of years. No problem there. No complaints. But this thing is unbelievable. And there's just no way that it's compatible. The definition of compatibility is just a word salad. It doesn't mean anything. Anything goes. So I think that we need to start by redefining that. And then second, I think that we need to be realistic about the scale of this development. And I would ask people who are about to vote on this, be honest with yourselves. If you had something like this going up in your front yard or 100 meters from your house, would you take one for the team and vote for it, or would you object? That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dawson. There's some questions. Councillor Riel.
To the chair, to Mr. Dawson. Peter, thank you very much for being here. I want to thank you and your partner Lucy for having me in your home and telling me about what your concerns are. Could you share that briefly with council, your concerns, because your house is adjacent to going to be a 5-story parking garage.
Pretty close to it, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So could you tell me you've invested, I was at your place, you've invested a lot of money at your legacy for the rest of your life. You invested in this home. What's that impact going to have on you at 34 Cricket Place?
Well, I certainly don't see having exhaust fumes wafting into my front yard as enhancing property values. So I'm concerned. Of course, I'm going to take a hit. And I was even told by a person associated with this proposal that if this project is approved, just wait, was the statement. Just wait till you see what's coming for Hunter Street and Cricket Place, where I live. We won't be able to, you can't sell your home to a young family. It's going to be boutiques. This is what I was told by one of the proponents of this project. So I'm deeply concerned.
Much.
Any further questions for Mr. Dawson? Thank you very much, sir. Next, I'd like to welcome Paul Iyett, former mayor. Mr. Iyett, please. And if we could have your name and address, Mr. Iyett, for the public record, and you have 5 minutes, sir.
My name is Paul Iyett, and I live at 486 Ryder Street.
Please proceed, sir.
I must say I was somewhat shocked when I saw the news and learned that the preliminary approval for a 17-story building on Hunter Street. You're looking for a home, probably the biggest investment you'll ever make in your lifetime. You have an idea that the kind of place you're looking for. You do your research, you do some site visits, and find just what you're looking for. A century home on a quiet street in an established neighborhood, much of which is all century homes, just across the river from downtown. Aren't you lucky? If you're in any city, you go over town. You don't go downtown, you go over town. So you settle in, meet the neighbors, and all is good. And a little did you know that down the road, instead of being across the river, the city's going to move downtown core into your backyard. There would have been a lot of feedback and a lot of pressure then. If people had known this was going to happen, let me tell you. Then one of the neighbors is going to sever a couple of century homes from their property and later sever and sell or trade another portion of their property to a developer for a 10-story apartment complex. You go to the public meeting, hear what they have to say, express concerns about parking, and then the next thing you know, proposed complex come back, but it's now 17 stories. But they've addressed the parking concerns. It takes 7 additional stories to adjust the parking. Go figure. Mr. Appleby, Director of Planning, Development, and Urban Design, said in an email response to an inquiry from the mayor regarding an earlier letter I wrote, and he said, it is natural that area residents will be apprehensive about the scale of change. Staff's focus is to manage that change in a way that benefits the community and the development surroundings. I think you have a lot of work to do if that's what staff thinks is going to happen. And just speaking of parking, I read too about that bylaw where you're going to get $17,000 in lieu of parking spots. I just wonder how that $17,000 will benefit the residents that are going to suffer from the on-street parking. I haven't figured that one out yet. And in the official plan, people have talked about the compatibility of the development, and they've kind of beaten that horse to death. But the interesting thought that I had when I read this is it's minor infill development. So in that one area, you're going to put over 200 plus apartments, residents. Is that minor infill? Like I can't grasp that one. And then when I looked at the your downtown core as I see it now, and I look at the urban growth center, looks to me like the boundary goes up the middle of the Otonabee River, doesn't cross over to Ashburnham. So I'm just wondering how this is. But when I look at the rendering, and I'm going to be very, very blunt here. When I look at this rendering, you've all seen it. I think most of the people in the audience have seen it. It appears to me that the proponents of this development and 7 members of this council are giving my community the finger, because that's exactly what that reminds me of. You don't build a community like we have in Ashburnham by wrecking neighborhoods. And this is what you're doing. A number of folks I've talked to argue that this council is trending in the wrong direction. What with the former Bonworth Park, Chemung Road, issues at Trent, not following the commissioner's report, police building situations, and now sticking with 17-story building in an area of century homes. Don't make this mistake part of your legacy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ryan. There could be some questions for Mr. Ryan. Thank you very much, Paul, for making your presentation.
Thank you.
Next, we have Oriana Rendon, please. Could we have your name and address for the public record? And we're talking about land use issues related to 90 Hunter Street East.
Yes, sir. My name is Oriana Rendon. I live at 412 George Street North. I want to thank you all for giving me the opportunity to come and speak today. I'm here as a current resident and tenant of TVM. And I'll be candid and let you know that I'm a little worried about backlash as a result of what I came here to share today. But I felt it was important for me to do so, as I think it will directly affect your decision with regards to 90 Hunter Street East. I want to be very clear. I love my apartment. I love where I live, and I love Peterborough. And I am very well aware, as anybody else living in this town, that we do need additional affordable housing. And I'm thrilled when I hear of ways that Peterborough is growing. However, I share a lot of the concerns that other delegates have had and shared about this project, so I won't get into those things because they've pretty much been said. I only learned about this project a few weeks ago, and I only learned last week on the news that it was TVM, my landlords, in charge of this project. And when I was watching some of the previous council meeting, I believe it was Councillor Burke who had asked a question regarding how TVM addresses concerns operationally with regards to the maintenance of their buildings. And I heard Mr. Sofer speak for, I guess, people like me. And he also referred to the difficult contingent that TVM rents to, and I guess I would fall in that category. And he sort of pointed that as the reason that some of the buildings are in disrepair. And I know, as somebody who's lived here for over 10 years, and I've also worked in the social work field here in Peterborough, I understand the challenges that people of low income face, and there are many. But I think blaming it on those demographics of people who, as Mr. Sofer pointed out, also do deserve housing, it's just simply not true. Mr. Sofer had mentioned that he would be happy to give any one of you a tour of any of their buildings. And so I thought I would give you a glimpse into my building, as it may give you more insight into the company proposing this project.
Mr. Anderson, we're straying a little bit from 90 Street East. I am giving you some latitude.
I appreciate
that. Can we get
that.
back to the planning issue, 90 Street East?
Well, sir, I respectfully, I appreciate that. And that's why I'm giving you a glimpse into the company that you're working with to do this building. I had sent a document to council, which I believe everybody received this morning, that kind of contained pictures of the state of just the common areas and a few parts of my personal apartment.
Those are issues, Mr. Sofer is in the audience. You may want to
I
If
understand.
we could just get back to the land use issue.
Point of order.
Yes, sir.
I am giving you some latitude here.
Point of order.
Yes, Council.
My point is that I think that the delegates' points are germane to the discussion. The developer was here presenting to us that he is a
And I'm giving her some latitude.
I just would like to finish my point, please.
Sure.
The developer came in front of all of us and said that he was a merchant builder, meaning that not only was he building, he was operating the site. And I think that it's important for residents in East City to not only understand the building portion of the site, but the how it's going to remain to be taken care of by the developer. I think that's important.
I get your point, and I'm giving her some latitude. So
Yeah.
please continue.
And that is what I'm getting to. It's with regards to the way that they operate as landlords. I have texts, emails, and official work order forms submitted through their resident portal that have gone unanswered and unacknowledged for months and years. I won't get into many details, but the correspondence included fire safety concerns, water damage due to a leak that went unchecked for over a year, which I did bring their attention to, electrical issues, mold, whatever. For the first time in over a year that I received any word from my superintendent about these issues was this morning, about 40 minutes after the list of delegates was released. There was an issue with some inappropriate actions with a maintenance man employed by TVM. To save a long story short, I rejected unwanted advances, informed my superintendent about it. She apologized, said somebody else would be sent to fix things, and nobody has been to my apartment since. This is just...
Thank you very much for your presentation. There could be some questions. Questions for Ms. Randon? Questions for anybody? Councillor Rial, please.
Through the chair to Ms. Randon, thank you very much for being here. The proponent opened the door here because he made a comment that he was applying to CMHA for affordable housing. So could you continue down the path that you went? Because he opened the door, as far as I'm concerned, of saying that this building was going to have affordable rents in it. So could you please continue?
Yep. And I will say my apartment, with comparison to other prices that people pay in the rental market these days, it's well priced. I won't argue with that. But it is a deal between a landlord and a tenant that I'm paying rent and these things are going to be met. I'm going to be taken care of as a tenant. And that's just simply not been my experience.
Thank you for your response. Anything further, Councillor Real? Any further questions? Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Gavin Muir, please. Mr. Muir. If we could have your name and address for the public record, you have 5 minutes, sir. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Gavin Muir. I am from Northcrest Ward. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you all. I spoke before Planning Committee on August 25th regarding my concerns with this proposal. I am from Northcrest Ward, and I do bring a different perspective to the table. Council's decision tonight will not only affect the residents of the village of Ashburn. This affects the city as a whole. And these effects are going to reverberate for decades to come in this city. This decision will set precedents, and I'm going to use that word because when we are talking tribunal, there is precedent. We're setting precedent tonight if we agree to accept this proposal, because it does set a baseline. So this is going to set a precedent that can't be pedaled back. This is how important this is. This is Peterborough's Rubicon. We can't go back if we do this. Now, nobody takes issue with the need for more housing in Peterborough. I certainly don't. It's important. It's critical. We're in a crisis. But we have a planning process, including our official plan, prepared by the city, that governs how and where we build that housing. It's not permissive. It's not optional. It's our official plan. In respect to the official plan, I'd like to highlight a couple of points. Section 3.3.3, sub F of the official plan states that an applicant must demonstrate to the satisfaction of the city, I say must, the scale and character of the proposed development is compatible with and sensitive to the surrounding neighborhood. The onus is on the applicant to demonstrate compatibility. That's where compatibility is coming from. It also comes from the definition of compatible development in Section 8 of the official plan. Compatible development is not development that is the same as or even similar to existing development in the vicinity. Compatible development is development that enhances the character of the surrounding community without causing any undue adverse impacts on adjacent properties. Now, I left the first line in there because there's been an awful lot of reference to it. Oh, well, it doesn't have to be the same. No one's looking for sameness. But what we're missing here is the second half, the big part of that, which requires that it enhances the character of the surrounding community without causing any undue adverse impacts on the adjacent properties. Nobody can say that that has been met. I can't see it. The official plan demands that compatibility. Now, 17-story building in a well-established low-rise location such as this is, I believe it was Councillor Riel, and I apologize if I'm misquoting you, a bridge too far. I believe that was the reference on August 25th. And I'd like to think about some places in perhaps some other wards. If we think about in Otonabee Ward, if this 17-story structure was going on the small property that is Grace United, how would that be compatible? What would those constituents say? Let's look in Northcrest. At St. Anne's Catholic, if we just take the section with the church, what would they say? What would that look like? 17 stories right there. Monaghan, it's a little harder because you have a lot more space out there, so you have Westdale United, but still, the point is the same. We have a duty to carry out the planning process. There's been a lot of reference to the provincial planning statement and legislation that's been aimed at streamlining the development process. And that's justification to approve this proposal. That seems to be what a lot of people are saying. I think that's incorrect and downright dangerous. We have an official plan. It's ours. We were involved in that process. We created it. It's for us, for the people of Peterborough, for all of your constituents, for everybody who's watching this at home in this gallery. And you can't just wish that away. The planning statement doesn't get rid of it. We still have an official plan. It's our obligation to ensure compliance with it. It's not an optional thing that can be ignored for expedience. So council has a duty duty to comply with that. Now, there's been some reservations about going against staff recommendations in the past. Council's been quite okay doing that for other projects, such as the failing to approve the rezoning for the PATH project that was proposed, while supported by staff. This is a much more critical situation here, I would argue. And I think I'll be very quick in summarizing. There's been some discussion, even in some of the other instances that have come up tonight, other than just this property, where there's been talk about transparency and integrity of process. And there's some serious questions that a lot of people have raised tonight. And there's some serious questions about what this process looks like. Because there's nothing more important than the process. It needs to not only be fair, it needs to look fair. And there are a lot of people who are saying, whether it is or not fair from your perspective, there are a lot of people saying, it doesn't look fair. And that calls our entire process into question. And that's a problem for this city. Thank you.
Questions? Maybe some questions. Councillor Riel, please.
Through the chair to Mr. Muir, Gavin, thank you very much for being here tonight. My question is going to be that you have given an address for Northcrest Ward.
Yes.
And through this whole process, councillors have received emails and phone calls and in-person meetings from a lot of people. We have a petition of over 600 names, but I've received emails from Northcrest, from Lanigan Ward, from South End. Could you please explain to me why you're here and what you think the impact is going to be in Northcrest because of a decision here that's made tonight?
Mr. Beer, please.
Through you, Your Worship, the reason that I felt it important to speak is because it's the process that's been bothering me with this. I take a look at a 17-story building in that location, and there's an initial gut reaction. And I know there are planners who are saying you have to get past that gut reaction. But when that gut reaction is so visceral, it's very hard. I look at the community that I'm in Northcrest, and I enjoy, and my family and my kids enjoy fantastic amenities, being able to go out, being able to play in parks. We don't have any large structures like that in the area that I live. There are multi-story structures throughout Northcrest, that's for sure. But when somebody sits and asks themselves, what if this came into my backyard? A lot of people use the phrase NIMBY. Well, there's another one, which is basically, well, it's not okay to say, I'm okay because it's not in my backyard. It's in their backyard. Because it will come to different places. Yes, this is the first because it is an area of intensification and planned intensification. But it's not going to stay that way. And certainly as precedent starts to filter through, and there's more of these, which there will be after this, then you'll have to answer to your constituents about this, because they're going to be asking. This is going to change everything. It's going to change everything in Northcrest, in Autonomy, in Monaghan, everywhere. It starts here, but it doesn't end here. That's why I came to speak on the 25th and tonight.
Very much for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any more questions? Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for all the delegations this evening. The clerk just gave me a note that report FCSFS 25-020 Development Changes Reserve Funds 2024 Annual Report by the City of Peterborough Utilities Commission was approved on consent at General Committee on August 25th. It was inadvertently omitted on this evening's agenda. Could I have a mover and a seconder to add this to the end of our agenda this evening? Councillor Burke, Councillor Crawley, any comments or questions? We'll go to a vote. And that's carried, and that will be at the end of our meeting. We'll now go to item 9, consent items, reports to be approved under one motion. 10A has been identified. 10B. 10B. 10C. 10C. 10D. 10D. 10E. Could I have someone then move? Oh, sorry, Councillor Burke.
I'd just like to pull 11A off consent.
I haven't got there yet.
Okay.
Okay.
When you get there, thank you.
Okay, just give me a second. If we would have somebody that could move B, C, or 10B, C, D, and E, please. Councillor Duguay. And a seconder, Councillor Faciliadis. Comments or questions, we'll go to a vote. Councillor Faciliadis. And that is carried. We'll now go to the 11s. 11A wants to be identified out. 11B. 11B. 11C. C. 11D. 11D. 11E. 11E wants to be separated out. 11. A is being separated out, and 11E. 11A is being separated out. Sorry, Councillor Purnell. 11B too. So if we could get somebody to move C and D, Councillor Burke, Councillor Faciliadis, we'll go to a vote. I think we're going to take a 5-minute recess and then we'll reconvene. Somebody washroom break. So. Okay, folks, we got to get rolling here. Okay, colleagues, we'll reconvene the meeting. The first item separated is 10A. Councillor Beamer, you're moving it. Councillor Hakey, we'll start the debate. Councillor Riel, did you have your hand up? Go ahead, sir. Remember, there's 5 minutes, and you can use 10 if you want.
Okay.
Go ahead, Councillor Riel, first time.
Through the chair, I would like to make a motion that council amend the previous rezoning approval by limiting the maximum height of the proposed high-rise building from 17 stories to up to 10 stories, ensuring compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood while still delivering much-needed housing. And I would like to speak to that.
Okay. Been moved by yourself and second by Councillor Burke. You have the floor, sir.
Well, first off, I mean, I want to thank everybody here for coming tonight, and certainly the points that they made, certainly some of them very articulate and certainly to the point. 17 stories does not fit East City's character. 10 stories is more appropriate. Livability and community impact, reducing shadowing on homes, parks, and public spaces. It prevents, and I love this word, a canyon effect to keep the suites welcomed. Infrastructure and services, East City infrastructure is not built for 17 stories. 10 stories balances growth with management service delivery, traffic and parking. 17 stories would create more major traffic and parking pressures. Balanced growth intensification must be responsible. 10 stories adds while respecting existing residents and streetscape. And 17 stories risk setting a precedent for towers out of scale. I went to Google and I Googled what the responsibility of a councillor is. And this is the municipal act of a city councillor. A councillor are the voice of their constituents. They bring forward concerns, priorities, and feedback from residents in their ward to city council. They also explain council's decision back to the public and help residents navigate city services. Decision making. Councillors participate in council meetings, committees, and boards, voting on bylaws, budget, policies, and major projects. They make decisions on local planning, zoning, development applications, infrastructure, investments, community services, and financial management. Every council has one vote on matter before council, regardless of the size of the ward. Financial oversight, councillors have direct responsibility for reviewing and approving the annual city budget, ensuring taxpayers are spent responsibly. They must balance the funding for services like transit, policing, recreation, housing, and infrastructure while being mindful of tax implications. I raised that issue because the vote a week ago was 7-4. And when I see the number of phone calls, the number of emails, and the amount of people in personal conversations, but also a 600 signature petition, that gets my blood rolling. Because if you think by passing a 17-story building in East City is going to be the end of this, you want to look at yourself in the mirror because it's coming to your ward. And you can say, well, it's just Ashburnham. I don't really have to care. It's their problem. Well, it's our problem. This is not good planning. This does not fit in with East City. It doesn't fit in, and I'm a resident of East City along with Councillor Baldwin. It doesn't fit in to the heritage and the uniqueness of downtown East City. We have 15 ways in to East City. We're an island, and we have 3 bridges. So if you think of putting this here in is going to alleviate any of these problems and is going to be a welcome addition to the community, you're crazy. The number one thing that people do in their lives, I want to buy a home. And when I talked to a young couple that just a year ago, and they'll be quite candid, they says, we knew that a 10-story building was going to be built. But they still bought their home. They wanted to make it a home for themselves and their family. What does that tell them when the side yard is facing a 5-story parking garage? What do you tell them of them spending all of their money coming to the community of Peterborough and wanting to set up their family? I challenge everyone that voted for this to take a good look in the mirror. Take a look at what would happen if it was in your ward. What would you tell your constituents? We're just following the official plan? We're forced this here by the province of Ontario? I have no problem whatsoever as a councillor when somebody threatens me to go to LPAT. No problem at all. My job is to advocate for the constituents in Ashburnham. They're not one of them that I have talked to said that they are against infill or development. Not one of them. But there's good development and there's poor development. And this does not fit in with the ward of Ashburnham and certainly the downtown. The word I just said here, canyon. Because if you approve this, there's going to be a wall of 17-story buildings or bigger on the north side of Hunter Street, going from Mark Street all the way to Driscoll Street. I'm sorry. If that doesn't, if that appeals to you, it certainly doesn't
Councillor,
appeal to me.
do you want to use your second 5? You already used
Yeah.
5. Do you want your
Yeah.
second 5?
It certainly doesn't appeal to me as a person that spends an enormous amount of time in the downtown of East City. I was down there today. As a matter of fact, I was downtown. I was also in the south end of the city. I make it a habit due to my business downtown in East City and the downtown of the city of Peterborough. I want to see growth. I'm not against development, and I voted for development. But on this one here, I cannot see the justification of giving this developer the okay to build a 17-story and destroy the whole downtown of East City just to appease him. Come on, people. Get with the program here. If you think that, again, and I'm reiterating myself again, it's just East City, it's not gonna happen in my ward, you forget it. Because compatibility will no longer be a word that you can use. Because if it doesn't fit in East City and you vote for it, then it's not going to fit into your neighborhood and you don't have an excuse to tell the people that you represent. And I told you exactly what your job is at council, to represent the people that pay your freight. You can say, well, Keith, thank you very much for doing your job, you and Gary, and you're doing it well for your account, but that isn't the point. I'm a city councillor. And I look at all of the city and what the implications this has to the city of Peterborough. So please rethink your vote. Do the right thing and vote what I proposed here tonight. Not against development, not against a 10-story. I'm in for a building that will fit in to the makeup of the downtown of the city of Peterborough, or East City. Sorry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Rayl. Councillor Burke, please, for your first 5.
Mayor Leo, thank you. And, you mentioned that you're a data-driven person and you referenced the data that you saw where individuals in my age category were leaving the GTA with their families and looking to come to a place like Peterborough because it was an affordable place to settle down. And I represent that demographic. I represent those statistics. We were living on Manning Avenue in Toronto, and the neighbor next door to me was selling his 13-foot, one-story lot for almost $1 million. And we could not afford to live in our neighborhood in the city of Toronto, so we looked to Peterborough where I grew up. And like I said, I have lived through this type of development that's being proposed, and I've seen firsthand the impact. When a large high-end tower is placed in an established neighborhood, the promise is always the same. More housing will bring stability and help with affordability. But the reality I've seen is the opposite. It changes neighborhoods for the worse. pushing up surrounding rents, pricing people out, and eroding the character that made those communities strong in the first place. It doesn't stabilize communities. It places them in the hands of people who stand to greatly profit. This is exactly why I cannot accept the idea that the 17-story market rate building will solve our housing crisis. It will not. There are no guarantees for affordable units in this project, and research shows that market rate developments, even when built on vacant or severed land, as in this case, send a market signal that raises property values and nearby rents. CMHC has found it can take decades for high-end units to filter down to become affordable for lower income households. In the meantime, those who need housing the most are left behind and priced out of their current situations, priced out of their current neighborhoods. I want to be clear. I am not opposed to housing on this site. I support densification. In fact, the original 10-story proposal that residents were shown would have been more in keeping with East City's existing scale. But the way that this has unfolded, moving from 10 stories to 17 without further public consultation during a period of flux, with strategies like our CPPS being approved and height restrictions being changed in other areas, this has left residents feeling blindsided. Meeting the bare minimum legal requirements under the Planning Act is not the same as doing meaningful engagement. If this council is serious about addressing our housing need, we must ensure that developments deliver real affordability, fit within the context of our city, and strengthen neighborhoods instead of destabilizing them. That is why I will be voting against this proposal tonight, because Peterborough deserves solutions that work, not just headlines and unit counts that mask the deeper crisis. If Mr. Sofer's group has been invested in this community for so long, as he said, then I ask you, how is it working? How is it working? And how is it going to work having this project get pushed through the way that it has? There is a reason that TVM has invested in our community, and we all know what that is. The only positive outcome here is that more people are waking up now to how this council is making decisions in the face of clear public feedback and opinion. I stand behind the decisions I've made on this term of council and the solutions that I've brought forward to the table. And I will not continue to fight for development that truly, and I will continue to fight for development that truly serves the people who live here, not just those that stand to profit from it.
Thank you. Councilor Chico, please.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. There's nothing that I could say in support of the motion that has come forward better than the public and the community, the chorus of voices that have spoken so authentically, passionately, and thoughtfully this evening. And I want to say to Chris Magwood, thank you so much for acknowledging the role, the significant role of a council. The council as that gatekeeper. The council who makes the decisions based on the voices and the representation of the people that have elected them, based on the needs of our community. Yes, we have staff reports, we have expertise, we have many things that come our way, but ultimately it's the purpose of the council to guide and represent what is appropriate for a city and for the future. And that is a high call, and that's why we're spending this important time together. So thank you, Chris, for that, and thank you, Gavin, for your prolific statement about our official plan as our plumb line, the official plan that says the decisions that we make on a planning level need to enhance our community and in no way negatively impact it. This is our plumb line. Thank you for that reminder. And that should be our guide as we look at what is appropriate. I just wanted to close with some significant statements that the public, your voice, the most important voice in all of this, the community, the neighborhood of Ashburnham, this building, the 17-story building, isn't about trying to house more of the individuals and families who are desperate for a better place to live. This isn't about improving our community or even our economy. This is about a few people making a lot of money And no matter how you spin it or check boxes or hide behind a title in City Hall, there is just too much about this that doesn't work for our city. No one wants a 17-story building anywhere in any ward in Peterborough. And it doesn't fit a city of our size. This is from a citizen of the 700 citizens who have signed tonight. And finally, a last comment from the citizens to us as councillors to be aware that residents have spoken tonight and will continue speaking with other residents, congregants at Mark Street United, officials at the United Church of Canada, local businesses, city staff, the Ontario Professional Planners Institute, municipal law practitioners, and investigators if necessary. When details about the origins of this deal come forth in a greater way about the escalation of 10 stories to 17, which side of the vote do you want to be on? So let's think before we vote. From a member of the public, a citizen of this city, and advocating not for 17 stories. I urge you to support a reasonable to scale that would enhance the city of Ashburnham or the village of Ashburnham in our city of Peterborough, to support my colleague Councillor Riel's motion of the amendment to 10 stories. I thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Any more speakers on this? Any more speakers? We'll go to Councillor Baldwin, please.
Just going to ask your worship if I was the last speaker, so it appears that I am. Just wondering if if I could ask Mr. Appleby a question.
By all means.
Mr. Appleby, it's been, I think, bandied about that if council doesn't support Councillor Riel's amendment, we go back to the main motion of accepting this, that there could be going to the OLT, the Ontario Land Tribunal. If we turn down the application, the applicant would have an opportunity, as I understand, to appeal. Would you be able just to briefly give us the timelines for that, when we might be looking at that, if that was council's decision, please?
Mr. Appleby, please.
Through your worship, if an appeal were filed, it may be a couple months before sort of preliminary meetings, case management conferences, if you will, are held to sort of set the groundwork for the hearing. But the tribunal has been trying to expedite these cases, and so you might actually see it get scheduled within maybe a 6-month period from that appeal being launched, if one was.
6 months. Okay, thank you for that. And Mr. Chair, through you to Mr. Appleby, Brad, depending on which way the vote goes tonight, I am concerned about future development in the village of Ashburnham. And I'm wondering, when I asked Mr. Sulphur earlier tonight if he had other properties in the village, he said yes. I'm wondering if planning staff should be looking at a comprehensive bylaw review. I know it's been there for quite some time, because what I see happening is by doing a review such as that, and if we get the same amount of pushback from our constituents, and I appreciate that they're here and the 700 plus names on the petition, they're obviously not happy. We may see a repeat of this, of 700 people doing petitions and 200 showing up for council and fielding 500 emails. Would it be appropriate at some point in time in the near future to ask staff or direct staff to come back or look at a comprehensive zoning bylaw, so we can have a whole look at the village of Ashburnham in particular, because that's whom Councillor Riel and I represent. So we're not doing this hodgepodge every time an application comes forward. Just like your comment on that, please.
Through your worship, thank you for the question. Excellent question. So I would suggest, despite what we're considering tonight, that review is actually happening as we speak. And that's the community planning permit system process. It's, looking essentially property by property across the entire city at what the new land use regulation should be for that property. And it will establish, as I think we've discussed before here at council, it will establish classes of development. It will establish sort of parameters around which developments may need to come back to council for approval. It may establish parameters around which council could consider negotiating with developers on facility services and matters if a development were to go to a certain sort of intensity. So that process is underway, and the expectation is it will come back before you in its final form in April of next year, but there are still sort of milestones along the way, including a forthcoming official plan amendment to at least lay the groundwork for that system.
Through the chair, thank you very much, Mr. Appley. I'm pleased to hear that. Now, Mr. Chair, with your worship, with respect to Councillor Riel's amendment, I'm going to support that. We got an updated petition today. It's now in excess of 700 names. Not all of the people who've signed the petition. Let me rephrase that. Not everyone who sent councillors comments about proposed development have signed the petition. So I would say probably we're looking at least 800 to 850 people. I think I fielded about 150 to 160 emails on this particular topic. What I would say, Your Worship, it almost seems ironic that I'm into 5 already, am I? I thought I was 3 minutes and 40 seconds, Your Worship. No, but well, I've done 5 already, have I? Give me a little latitude here, Your Worship. All right, I'm just going to say, Your Worship, it seems rather ironic that an open house was held in June of 2024, and the developer was correct. They had an open house. They invited members of the community to come in and see what the proposal was. And then out of that proposal, there was some feedback, all kinds of feedback that people have articulated through emails and before council. And I'm just wondering, out of that, we went from a proposed 10-story building, and most of the people at the open house said no more than 6. 4 to 6 would be perfect, but 10 was too much. So rightly so, the developer went back, worked with staff, and they revised their plan. But the metrics of a 10-story building originally, I'm sure that the developer knew that they could put up a 10-story building, and the financials said it's financially viable to build 10 stories. Then they took the feedback back, and they've come up with a new plan. And I really wonder if everybody that went to the open house, if they had enthusiastically said 10 stories is perfect, let's get it built. So they were almost penalized because they said there was something wrong with the 10 stories. But if nobody said anything, we'd be looking at a 10-story building tonight and looking at approving that. But here we are at 17 stories. So that's just kind of in retrospect. I really wonder if there was no feedback. And I know that the developer is not obligated to have an open house or public consultation. They have to do one meeting here at City Hall. And I really think they missed the boat, because when that changed and they redeveloped the plan and they looked at elements and changed it, there should have been, out of courtesy at least, to have gone back to the people and said, we've revised it. Here's what it looks like. We've changed the setbacks to get the parking and things like that. This is what we've got. And, take the heat or whatever, take the feedback, but they didn't do that. And so what we've got now is the petition, everybody coming to council. We started at 6 o'clock. We're now almost 9:30. And we've all been answering and reading emails for the last 2 weeks, week and a half at least. But having said that, Your Worship, the developer should have known 2 things. Number one, when he changed from 10 stories to 17, there was going to be an avalanche of negativity. You had to have known that. This is no surprise. And as I say, secondly, there should have been another opportunity for community feedback. There just had to have been, and that didn't happen. And I'm not, naive enough to think that you'd go on and have the second opportunity, and people would be happy. They wouldn't have been, for sure. And when I talked to Mr. Sofer, we had a pretty frank conversation, and we talked about 6 stories, 7 stories, 8 stories. And he said, well, people probably wouldn't be happy with 7, 8, or 9. So here we are at 17. I get that. So, to echo Councillor Riel, 17 stories, it'll fit. But any common sense would tell a person it doesn't fit appropriate to Ashburnham Village. It just doesn't. So, my grandfather used to tell me, my late grandfather Bell, Gary, common sense isn't so common. And now we've got an application tonight that's just making sense. It doesn't make any common sense, Your Worship, to me and to a lot of constituents that I represent. So I'm going to support the amendment by Councillor Riel, and I hope Council can see fit to taking a real hard look at this and supporting the amendment. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Baldwin. Councillor Hakey, please.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I just want to get some clarification. Councillor Lachika earlier had made a statement when talking with Mr. Randall, and I believe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, the statement was that currently in the downtown core area, the policy doesn't exist, that it's unrestricted height. Did I read that correct?
Councillor Lachika, please.
I acknowledge that the province has legislated that height restrictions have been lifted in downtown.
Okay, I misunderstood. Thank you.
I was talking about strategic growth areas. That has not been determined yet. That's not been finalized.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Councillor Burke for a second time.
Thank you, Mayor Leo. Just a few points from the Councillor Baldwin that sort of got me interested, and I'd like to ask a question through you to Mr. Appleby. Mr. Appleby, I think the councillor was asking you about the potential to have the height restrictions on Ashburnham be defined through the CPPS process, which has a lot of upfront consultation that helps guide what that plan looks like. But that would not affect this project.
Mr. Appleby, please.
Because as I understand it, it is part of the central area.
Through Your Worship, that's correct. It wouldn't affect this particular proposal, but it might affect, future proposals that come.
Thank you. And Mayor Leo, the other point I wanted to pick up on was the point about the massive amount of public response we've had to this and the way that it's been done. And we had Mr. Drum present to us at our planning committee meeting, and it was odd to me because usually at those meetings, and when we asked as councillors about why there wasn't a second public meeting done for the 17 stories, the answer from our staff was, well, this is the public meeting, this is the chance, right? And in Mr. Drum's presentation, what was missing to me that usually isn't missing is we usually have a slide up there that shows the amount of people that objected to the proposal that was being asked. And I didn't see that. So can you tell us how many responses you had to this proposal? From the public?
Your Worship, I don't know the exact number right now. I could certainly sort of dig that up, but I can tell you it's been very significant, right? I mean, we've got the petition, we've got the emails, we've had phone calls. Staff have gone out and met with some folks out in the area. So certainly it's been a pretty significant response.
Thank you. So Mayor Leo, my question to you, Mr. Appleby, is then why do we include the option for public feedback? Because we were told that the time and the place to have the public feedback be heard was at the last meeting that we had. And what good it seems very performative to me to have such a huge wave of response from the community specifically and the greater community from this project. And so is it not just a completely performative process if none of that feedback is taken into consideration?
Mr. Appleby, please.
Your Worship, or through Your Worship, I would suggest one of the reasons why we encourage developers to have the open house early on is to gather that feedback and try and use that feedback to influence the development. And so certainly that did happen in this instance. The public open house that's required under the Planning Act that occurs here at council is another vehicle for input, and certainly is then an opportunity for council to hear directly what folks have to say, and to ensure that when you're making the difficult decisions here, that you have their feelings are known as well.
Yeah, but the point I'm trying to make through the chair is that when we asked why the 17-story project did not receive a public meeting, we were told because it doesn't have to have one, and that the chance for the public feedback to be given about the specific 17-story project was at our planning committee meeting. And so I'm asking you, what is the point of us to receive and ask for in the newspaper and publicly to ask for the public's feedback about specific projects affecting them? What is the point of us asking for that if we're not going to take into consideration any of that feedback?
Mr. Appleby, please.
Through your worship, again, I think it helps you as a council make the tough decision that you're being asked to make tonight.
And through the mayor, I guess my final question is a question not for me, it's from the public, is how high is too high? Because we're being told 17 is fine. So where does it end? Is 100 stories fine? Is 150 stories fine? Is a building the height of the CN Tower fine? Where does it end from your perspective? Where would you set that threshold to say that this isn't compatible at this height?
Mr. Appleby, please.
Your worship, that's a difficult question to answer. Every site is considered on its own sort of merits. And, every time an application comes in, we would ask for the various technical studies to try and demonstrate how that development works. I will say the province has proposed some legislation more recently to try and influence what it is we can ask for, but we still have, good policies that we use, lean on to try and evaluate this sort of issue. But to name a number, is not really possible. It has to be kind of looked at on a case-to-case basis.
In this case, supplemental, Mayor Leal. In this case, how high is too high? From a compatibility perspective.
Your worship, through your worship, I can't say how high is too high in this location. What I can say is that staff are comfortable with the 17-story proposal that was put in front of us and supported by the studies that were provided to us.
Thank you very much, Mayor Leal. The point I'm making.
Your time is actually up on the second 5, but if you have a quick question.
Yeah, the quick point that I just want to reiterate is that at the end of the day, what good is it for us as a city to require public feedback when we're not going to listen? This is an overwhelming amount of people that have shown concern for this project, and I'm in my responsibility as a city councillor, I take that to heart, and I'm making my decision based on that feedback. Thank you.
Councillor Chica, for your second and final time.
Thank you. Through you, your worship. I just wanted to make a comment on the theme of sequence. There were some comments about ramming it through, and that's been a theme. I think that idea is coming from the fact that this came forward in August at a time when the public was generally, abroad in the summer, and it has occurred prior to the opportunity for the public forum and the September 17th meeting. Why September 17th? To consult about building heights and amendments to the official plan related to all of this. Why is that for the strategic growth areas? Why is that not happening before this came forward? I feel that we need to know that we're getting information in a sequential and sensible and logical way. The public should have had an opportunity to give their feedback. And certainly our planning department would have known this had come forward. And why not set that meeting so that public feedback could occur before tonight? there's a sequence problem. There's a sequence problem when we have a demolition motion coming forward and it's before we've even confirmed that this is what we're going to be doing at all. There's a sequence problem, and it feels like things are very, very telescoped, and it doesn't give an opportunity for proper consultation through public meeting feedback, and it doesn't give an opportunity for council. So that is my question, and that's what I want to put out, is that we need to do a better job as a city at being respectful to the public around the sequence and the imparting of information that is so important in terms of making these monumental decisions. I just want to say that, you know, having fielded many emails, as Councillor Riel has talked about, and phone calls, and just the public outcry about this, you know, these are times where we need to reflect. You know, in terms of legislation, a lot of legislation provincially gets passed, and none of it is a must. It is a may, and ultimately we as a municipal council have the right to make these decisions. It's not the province that makes it, we make it. And just because we may does not mean we must. And we've heard our people, we've heard the public tonight, and this is so crucial. And I'm curious, if I may, through your worship and to your worship, you are a resident of Ashburnham, and I haven't heard, and we haven't heard you speak to this tonight.
I spoke at general committee.
But tonight, after having heard the delegations, how does it impact you, being a resident of Ashburnham, and hearing your constituents in your ward speak about this?
I spoke at a general committee, made my views well known. Thank you,
And
Councillor.
you have no more comments?
I made my comments at the general committee.
Okay, and a final question, through you to your worship, did you have any interest in the move or directing in any way moving from 10 stories to 17 stories to meet our housing targets?
Not at all, and I resent that allegation.
I didn't allege, I asked.
No, the answer is no.
Thank you.
Councillor Crowley, please, for the first time.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to bring the tone down just a little bit. This is through you, Chair, to Director Appleby. Can you just give me a little bit of clarity surrounding the site plan approval process for something like this build? How much change would it go through from this point, presuming that council approves 10, 17, whatever is approved tonight? What changes would be made through the site approval process? Would you go through the official plan and anything that doesn't meet the official plan or any sort of guidelines that we have set out? Would you be modifying it at that point, and would it undergo any sort of major change?
Through your worship, I would suggest that tonight's decision, if council were to approve the zoning, would essentially establish the principle of the land use, meaning, council is satisfied it's compatible generally, the sort of the sandbox, if you will, is established within which this building can be built. The setbacks are established, the step backs for the higher stories are established, how much of the property can be covered by building is established. And so what you're really now looking at the site plan level are some of the more fine details. What's the landscaping look like? How is the entrance, the ground entryway of the building, to the street and the public realm? How does that interact? How does the vehicular entrance interact? Lighting, what kinds of treatments? I think in the recommendation there's a notion plugged into the holding symbol in the bylaw to look at some of the recommendations from the heritage study, being, color palettes and that type of stuff, which aren't really things we can get into. But, if we have a willing sort of developer who is willing to work with us, then we certainly want to work with them on those types of things. So those are the kinds of things that we would deal with at the site plan stage, plus things like stormwater management, and other kind of like garbage pickup, details like that.
And through you, Chair, to Director Appleby, how long does that process usually take? I guess it depends on the size and scope of the project, but
Through your worship, it really does vary. I believe there are timelines associated with that, supposed to occur within 60 days, but in reality, often it takes longer than that. But it's like an iterative back and forth process that we're working actively with an applicant to try and make the best of that development.
And one more question, if I may. Thank you, Chair. So just something that I've heard a lot about tonight was the lack of transparency and the lack of communication. And I would agree with that, especially when it seems that there isn't any mandated public information sessions. It's a nice to have for a developer. It's not a need to have. And I think that that's potentially something that we should look at. Now, in terms of mandating a public meeting, either one public meeting, and I think I'm addressing this to Director Appleby, but I don't know if this might be a better for the commissioner, for Commissioner Nelson or not. Would it be possible to, or how possible would it be to have two mandated public information sessions? One, just to show the residents of an area what the plan might look like, and then having another one potentially before council would get a bylaw rezoning application. Is that something that could be baked into some legislation that we could have, that we could implement? Is that a possibility?
Through your worship, what I would suggest is, so right now, the city doesn't have sort of a formal policy around consultation. Certainly one could be created. There are different ways that we could do this process and still meet the legislation. So just because we are doing this in a way where we advertise a public meeting, and that public meeting comes to council, and at the same time that public meeting is happening at council, a staff report's coming with a recommendation, doesn't mean it actually has to happen that way. And other municipalities do have other ways that they achieve the same thing and still meet the legislation. So there are other ways we could conduct our business.
And through you, Chair, is that something that we could look at implementing, that we could look at developing, so that we could prevent for future developments, that we could prevent a lack of communication, a lack of transparency, to make the public feel like they are more involved in the development, in some of the changes, or at least are more aware of them before they come to council? And it's not like some people said they just heard about this a couple weeks ago and had to react to that. Is that something that we could maybe develop and like work towards soon-ish?
Your worship, I would suggest, or through your worship, I would suggest that if council sort of wanted that to be looked at, then certainly council could direct us, and we would embark on that process.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
You used up your first five there, Councillor Crowley. Councillor Vasiliadis for your first five.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to Director Appleby. So say this recommendation to amend the change from the building height to 17 to 10 stories. And I heard tonight about if we were to change things around, any changes made would go past the 90-day statutory requirements. Can you elaborate on the 90-day statutory requirements in relation to this amendment?
Through your worship, so under the Planning Act, council has 90 days to make a decision on a zoning bylaw amendment application from the date that application was deemed complete. This particular application was deemed complete on April 22nd of this year. I don't know what 90 days from that would be right now, but it's usually about 3 months. So May, June, July, we're probably past 90 days as it stands right now. Sorry, I think I missed the second part of your question. I think you have the second part of the question.
And no, just what I'm looking for is that if we change it now, and one of the questions I think Councilor Crowley asked the planner was, to 10 stories, or it was a different setup. And the answer was any changes made would go past this 90-day statutory requirement. So does that mean they can go to the Ontario Land Tribunal? Is that what that means? To clarify.
So through your worship, sure, if we're past the 90-day deadline, then the applicant does have the opportunity to appeal the matter to the tribunal if council hasn't made a decision, right? I think what you're considering though is something a bit different. The motion that's in front of us here would be to kind of change the recommended bylaw tonight and impose a 10-story height limit on the development, right? And so what you're actually contemplating is making a decision, but a bit of a different decision. The applicant still has the opportunity to appeal that as well, right? If council were to make that decision.
So in the past, when a developer has gone to the Ontario Land Tribunal and say won, what's the relationship with the city at that point, or how's the communication with that developer? Does it change much, or what's been your experience?
Through your worship, in my experience, in this instance where there is a staff report in support of a proposal, if it were to be, if council were to say turn down and vote in the negative against an application, then of course the applicant could appeal that decision. Because staff have prepared a report in the positive, in all likelihood, we would probably get subpoenaed by the applicant to support their case at the tribunal. Council, in voting something down, would really want to articulate why they're doing that, and would probably need to look. And again, I'm probably straying into territory that Mr. Potts should be speaking to, but you would need council would need its own way to kind of represent itself or defend itself, or even decide whether to defend itself at a hearing like that. In other cases, positive staff reports have come forward and council has not made a decision, maybe deferred or what have you, and then applicants have appealed. And again, quite often what would happen is that in that hearing, the staff would be subpoenaed by the applicant to support their case because they had written a positive staff report, and council would have to determine how it wants to proceed.
Great. Well, thank you. Thank you for answering those questions. Thank you.
Sir Hill, you've already used up your 10 minutes. You rendered the first of this.
Okay.
Any further comments on that? We'll go to a vote. And that's defeated. We'll go back to the main motion. Sorry?
Was a motion to up to 10 stories. That means it could be 6, 8, 9, 10.
Sorry.
Said up to 10 stories. That's
Mr. Clerk?
wording is not there.
Mr. Clerk? I think Natalie was uploading the.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, Your Worship. We had posted on the monitors there what we understood to be the motion, which is what before you there at the moment, which was to move from 17 to 10. Did we?
Well, yeah, Mr. Mayor, I believe I heard the councillor in his amending motion was to limit the height between six and 10 stories. And when I voted on that, it said from 17 to 10. I don't believe that's what the motion said. I stand to be corrected, Mr. Clerk, but I believe I heard the councillor say limit 6 to 10 stories, not going from 17 to 10, but I could stand correct.
Thanks, Your Worship. We did have that posted now. If that is in error, you're suggesting that the motion was to read that it be
I believe that's what the councillor's amendment said, Mr. Clerk. Clerk.
Thanks, Your Worship. I'll just check with my colleague, Mr. Appleby here, with the limit of 10, as that reads. Does that preclude something less than that?
Through Your Worship. So no, if the maximum height was 10, then you could build anything within that range up to 10. If you were suggesting between 6 and 10, that would suggest to me that you're imposing a minimum height of 6 stories and a maximum height of 10. But I think a height limit of 10 gives you the flexibility.
Your Worship, I didn't make the motion, so I have to defer to my colleague, but
My motion was between 6 to 10 stories. Go from 17 stories to 6 to 10 stories. So there was some latitude there, but a maximum within 10 stories.
Thanks, Your Worship. I would just suggest the vote has been cast as is. I think it would be subject to council's decision if they wish to entertain another motion, but that was cast as I understood. Whether it's incorrect or not, that was cast as I understood it. We did post it for the public and for council members to view, and it was voted on. I think my colleague has indicated that the limit of 10 would not preclude something to be built up to that point.
Vice Councillor Real? Okay. I'll let it go.
Thank you. To the main motion. Is it not already moved? I move to put the question.
And that is carried. 11A, Mr. Clerk, is that where we're? Oh, yes. Yes, if somebody could move, we extend the hour. We're getting close to 10 o'clock.
Councillor Burke, Councillor Crowley, will go to a vote. Extend the hour. That is carried. We're now moving to 11A. Councillor Baldwin.
Point of order.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
I'd like to call the question.
Councillor Baldwin on a point of order.
I understand, your worship.
It's not debatable.
There's important point of order. Councillor Baldwin, please.
There is a point of order, your worship. I think it would be in council's best interest. I was going to move a motion that we move into closed session under section 239-2F. That's advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communication necessary for this purpose. I think by calling the question would not be appropriate in the circumstance.
It's our procedure that we call the question, and it's not debatable. That's a fact. If people don't think that it's a good idea to do, then they don't have to vote for it.
We have to deal with the call to question first, and Councillor Baldwin has certainly indicated that there's some other necessary information that could be helpful. So we'll deal with the call of the question first.
That's a question for clarification.
Yep.
If we vote no to putting the question and we vote yes to going into close, can we come back out and put the question again?
Thanks, Your Worship. Just as a matter of procedure, if I might just clarify, in terms of procedure, the first step would be to have a mover and a seconder put the motion on the floor. I may stand corrected, but I don't think we've had a mover and a seconder move this motion under 11A.
Deferral motion.
Sorry, Your Worship, I'm just referring to...
Now I'm being asked to move it, and I pulled it off consent.
Thanks, Your Worship. I just wanted to clarify that as the first step to entertain the debate on this matter, it would be to have a mover and a seconder put this on the floor.
Burke would be moving it.
Correct.
Is the next order of business, and Your Worship, and that would be dealt with next.
Your Worship, back to my point of order, though, I need to understand, if we say no to having the question put, and Councillor Baldwin's question comes up and we say yes and go into close and we come back out, can we ask to put the question again?
Well, it's already been moved. Just give us some assistance here.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. So the main motion has been put on the floor, and the first speaker has moved to put the question. So once the vote is taken on, put the question. If the vote is in support of putting the question,
we vote on the motion.
That would mean we vote on the main motion. If that's not supported, then the debate would continue from there.
Suffice, Councillor Burke?
Thank you.
Perfect. Yep. No. And that is lost. Councillor Baldwin, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to move that we move into closed session to look at one item. That's under section 239-2F, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for this particular item.
Thanks, Your Worship. My colleagues just loading that right now. Speak.
Yeah. Wait for a moment.
We are moving to the southern room for the in-camera session, and then when that is completed, we'll come back at
Thank you. So through you, Mr. Mayor, I think that I'll start by myself by just acknowledging that I felt uncomfortable with the conversation in the closed session. I felt that there were questions about my motion that were better, more appropriately discussed in open session. And eventually with two of my colleagues, I chose to leave the closed session meeting that was asked for. I'd like to clarify a few things that if you read the language in the motion, please don't make any assumptions. When you read the motion, please read it thoroughly and understand that all the context you need for what is being asked is within the motion. There is no part of the motion that is questioning anything that is required by the Community Safety and Policing Act or the Ontario Building Code. There is nothing in the motion that looks to stop the project or to defund the police. It is just a simple set of information that I believe is important to me as a councillor when we're being asked to make a decision on something where the budget has risen by $25 million. And, you know, back to the main motion, this is one of the largest capital asks in our city's history. And it's being presented in a way that mixes provincially mandated police requirements with future city uses without a clear, detailed justification. Before we commit taxpayers to this budget increase, I believe that we need more clarity. We need to know which project elements are required by law, and if there are any discretionary elements to the project, I believe that those are important for us to know what those are. We need to make sure that the police project stands on its own with its own budget and cap, and that it's not tied up with any other city ambitions on the site. The motion doesn't stop the project. It just makes sure that we all have the facts to make the right decision for our community. The report says, and I quote, that there are no budget impacts today, and we are being asked to approve a $25.4 million in extra costs. The property math is also unclear. The full $15.5 million of the purchase price was originally loaded into the police project. Now we see an allocation of $5.53 million to the police, $5.387 million to civic administration, and $5.06 million to future development. And all this is counted towards the $91.9 million total. I believe that if civic administration and future development, are separate priorities. Those costs should be removed from the police project right now, which is what I'm asking for. Meeting provincial standards are non-negotiable, but we are being asked to approve a budget that has been overshot by $25 million without a cost certainty. The provincial mandates claim has not been proven here. The report cites the Community Safety and Policing Act, but does not show to me clause by clause which standards are required, rooms or square footage. We need a compliance matrix, I believe, before any scope approval. Mandates do not mean an open-ended budget. I believe that council should decide how we meet mandates within our capacity. And I'm not asking us to go beyond what is mandated. I'm just asking for a broader look at what that entails. Today's ask combines mandatory requirements with optional growth, duplication, and non-police city uses. We should not pre-approve the scope at a Class D estimate, which can have a 25 to 50% variance. That's how $66.5 million turns into 91.9. First, we need to do a compliance matrix, costed options with a Class C or B pricing, and a do within budget plan. If civic administration wants the space at 1421 Lansdowne, bring a separate report with needs, costs, and public engagement. And if there is any plan to move City Hall to the Cavalry site, that must be brought forward as its own council decision. I urge you to support this motion like you did last night. I believe that it's the prudent thing to do. We cannot keep approving projects in principle and then be surprised when the costs spiral beyond what is sustainable for us. If we want different outcomes, we'd have to start acting differently. We are constantly being asked to approve big now, vague. We'll refine it later with a sunken cost pressure when we find out the final price of the project. Commit now, pay later. I am asking to go back to staff and we can make an evidence-based decision when we have the real costs and the specific mandates are clear to us. I'm looking for your support. If this motion does not pass, I will not be supporting the main motion. Thank you.
With the question?
Point of order, we already voted on putting the question to this. I put the question. When I pulled the motion off of consent, I put the question and that was voted down. So I don't understand how we can vote on it twice.
Your worship, we have had several motions since that time, and we have been in closed session and back out now. We're back in open session. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, my point of order. We are on the main motion. I pulled the main motion off of consent and I put the question and that was voted down. I do not believe within our procedure that we can put the question twice if it isn't successful. Yes, we did go into closed. We're not discussing or debating whether or not we went into closed. We have voted on going into closed and we've done that. We're now back on the main motion. Originally, I put the question and it was denied. So I don't see how in our procedure we can do that twice.
Thanks, Your Worship. My suggestion for your consideration or council's consideration is that we have been in closed session and back out this evening. We are now back to the main motion. Thank you.
Point of order, the main motion is on the floor. I moved it off of consent. I asked that the question be put. We've already had that vote.
No, Your Worship. 11A was previously moved, and then we did have the motion to move into closed session. And now we're back in open session, Your Worship.
And we can move that the question be put now that.
Point of order, 11A has always been on the floor. I put it on the floor. I asked to have the question put. It got denied, and here we are. I don't see how in our procedure we're allowed to call the question twice. Is not being put back on the floor. It's always been on the floor. There was a request within discussion about that motion for us to go into close, which we have done, but the motion has not been pulled off the floor. This is not another meeting. This is the same council meeting. I pulled the motion off of consent one time. I believe we're only allowed to do that one time. The motion is on the floor. I put the question and it got voted down. How are we able to reconsider that?
Yeah, through you, Your Worship, and respecting what the clerk said, I'm just wondering if the councillor wants us to just simply vote.
My intent is that everyone has a chance to speak who wants to speak. And by putting the question again after you guys have all been in closed session, maybe there's some other people that want to speak. If no one wants to speak, I'm done speaking. I just don't agree that we can call the question twice on the same live motion in a council meeting.
Is there further speakers on this? Further speakers? Further speakers? We'll go to a vote. And that motion is lost. Councillor Duguay, please.
Your Worship, I think it is necessary to move the original staff recommendation, and
That
I
would be correct.
I would be pleased to do so.
And Councillor Purnell is seconding. You can? Yes. And you're moving that, you've seconded, and you're moving that we put the question.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
We'll have a vote on putting the question. Sorry, Deputy Clerk.
Well, they're still outside. How many your drums outside?
Thank you. I move that the question be put, please.
I didn't want it to go on consent. I have nothing to say about it. I said it the other night, so just go to a vote.
Can we get a mover, Beamer, Agi? Comments or questions? We'll go to a vote. Just wanted to give you your
My
opportunity.
day in the sun, eh?
Yep.
And that's carried. Does anybody want to speak to 11F1? Sorry. Okay. Okay. 11F1, could I get a mover and a seconder? Beamer, Vasiliadis. Comments or questions? We'll go to a vote. We are going through one by one. And that's carried. 11F2, the small claims litigation, was that one of interest to you, Councillor Burke? Are you moving it? Okay. Councillor Beamer, Councillor Parnell, comments or questions? Just thought you wanted to small claims court. Okay. We'll go to a vote. And that's carried. Litigation update 11-FF3. Someone like to move that? Councillor Hickey, Councillor Vasiliadis. Comments or questions? We'll go to a vote. Next one's the one that Councillor Duguay has. I already got it, John. And that's carried. 11 F4, Councillor Duguay is declared a conflict of interest. Someone would like to move it? Councillor Burke, please.
Thank you. That's a compliment. I'd like to move it. I'd like to speak to it. I'll give myself 30 seconds on my phone here. We were one vote away from getting this passed last night. This is a chance, I believe, for us to save over $1 million by not making this decision. The project has been on the books for a long time and will continue, in my estimation, to be on the books for a long time. And we can hold that money and put it towards all of the money that we spent tonight. And I think that it'll make a difference. We just need one vote here. My 30 seconds is up. Thank you.
Someone moving this? Councillor Burke, Councillor LaChica? Any further comments or questions? We'll go to a vote. And it's carried. 11F5, Civic Awards. Councillor Parnell, Councillor Duguay. Comments or questions? We'll go to a vote. And that's carried. 11F6, proposed land acquisition. Someone would like to move it? Beamer, Hickey, comments or questions? We'll go to a vote. Oh, we got there. Yes. Yes. Got that. And that's carried. Deputy Clerk, if you could load the one that we inadvertently didn't approve the other night that I referenced earlier
this evening in the meeting. Could we load that, please? Appreciate that. Councillor Duguay has moved this. Councillor Purnell seconded. We'll go to a vote. It's the one dealing with the Development Reserve Funds Annual Report, City of Peterborough, Peterborough Utilities Commission. Not trying to slip anything by here. No, we're gotta keep the papers. Where we are in looking. There's no notice of motion. We'll go to the approvals of bylaw 25-100, bylaw 25-101, and bylaw 25-102. Someone like to move those? Councillor Vasiliadis, Councillor Crowley. We'll go to a vote. That is carried. Other business. Confirmation bylaw. Someone would like to move 25-103, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the council is meeting held September 3rd, 2025. Councillor Hickey, Councillor Beamer. We'll go to a vote. Wait, there you go. That is carried. Someone move adjournment. Councillor Duguay, Councillor Purnell. We'll go to a vote. That is carried. Thank you, audience that are still with us. Thank you, staff, and thank you, colleagues. We're adjourned.